Excuse me, ma'am. I can tell that you are a Sailor Scout.
I guess.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Off the Balcony podcast. We have a packed show for you guys tonight. We're actually living up to that part of our tagline where we say Tales from the Midwest Con Scene, because over the past month, we have really, we've toured every type of convention that is kind of out there. One of each, really. We went to a little mall con. We went to a university hosted convention. We went to
one of the biggest cons in the Midwest.
One of the biggest cons in the Midwest, and then a small, just regular kind of convention. But we have equal number of stories from basically all of them. Some of us have more stories than others. Welcome back, everyone. If you guys would like to say your piece.
We have one hell of a show for you guys today.
Absolutely.
Alright, so before we really say too much of anything, let's, if you guys have noticed in the last episode, I kind of changed the description up a little bit. I mean, I know many people don't actually look at that because, why would you look at a description? But, I changed the links. I didn't realize that the GoFundMe for the Imperial has just been a dead link for the most part. Thanks GoFundMe for not letting me know that, or if I saw that email, probably just ignored it, think it was just a random advertising email.
Probably went in your promotional folder.
Oh, it did. It did, I saw.
Usually, yeah, that happens. Happens.
Thanks, Google, for not only notifying me about what happens in my main inbox and not anything else that's probably important. But yeah, so I changed everything around. I may start a new GoFundMe link for the Imperial, maybe not. But once we get those two extra Redbubble designs, we should be good to go. So
I still need to commission Sarah for that design, I was thinking.
Yeah, we need to get that one and then get one more.
Hey, before we even do anime roundup, do we want to talk about, because we've got kind of our summer con schedule set, do we just want to lay that out right now? I think we should probably do anime roundup, then our con roundup, and then maybe talk about summer cons after. Okay, that's fine.
Keep an order to it.
Okay.
Actually, I say flip it. We probably should say summer cons first. That way, whenever I do decide to upload this, knowing my track record and cons, it'll be before the summer cons hit.
Well, I mean, if you could make any last-minute plans, I suppose. But, so, do we just want to...
You'll have all of this week to upload it.
He had a point.
So, do we just want... Where are we dropping, boys?
Alright, let's get the advertisements out of the way, since I already started talking about the description first anyway. But yeah, to round back to the description first off, since we went on a giant tangent there.
Not unusual for us.
Fine. So it's now only 2 links. We have the Venmo link, should you guys want to donate, and because we don't have our Redbubble up yet, and I'm working on Teespring, because I'm not going to lie, I completely forgot about Teespring up until now, so I'll get that up and operating soon. And then, look at me soon posting. And then we have our link tree, which has generally everything else. Maybe next time we do our little business cards of the cons that we go to, we'll get that QR code linked to our link tree instead of just a straight up YouTube. But we still have a set of cards first, so we're going to try to run out of those before we get new ones and relink that QR code. And speaking of cons, we're going to summer. Let's see what our summer looks like.
You want me to...
Oh, we're doing the summer roundup?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so all 3 months of your summer vacation, you will have an opportunity to see us.
Woo!
June 27th to June 29th, we will be in Davenport, Iowa for Planet Funk Con. This is our first time there. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
First time going to Planet Funk Con, and I found this con online, and I still don't know what to expect from it.
They accepted our panels, and they have a very full guest list, so we're very excited to be going. And we get to take Hannah to Davenport, Iowa. Oh, and Heather, of course. Well, actually, no, I've taken Heather to Davenport. So Hannah's the only one who has not been to Davenport. I know it sounds weird that we're hyping up Davenport.
Hey, you guys always seem to have fun there.
Man, the Quad Cities, let's go.
Yeah, it's like, it's a place that's funner than it sounds. Like, let's just put it that way.
It's
I
probably
can imagine.
probably one of the better parts of Iowa, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but speaking of well, actually, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. So anyway, June 27th, June 29th, Planet Funk Con, Davenport, Iowa. Second, we will be going separately, but Hannah and Steven will be going representing Off the Balcony at Anime Midwest, which is, same place, Hyatt Regency O'Hare, Donald E. Stevens Convention Center.
Yeah. I'm hoping to at least think of another panel I could bring in just so that you can have like 4 panels each to submit.
Right. I almost said Davenport. Of course, it is in Rosemont, Illinois, just outside of Chicago, July 4th to July 6th. So if you want to do something fun, besides blow off your own fingers on 4th of July, come on down to Anime Midwest and watch other people be fools. I will not be with Off the Balcony that weekend, but I will be at Anime Midwest, so if you want to come up and say hi to me, I actually have a funny story about that later on in the podcast. Please feel to do so. I always love meeting you guys. So then July 25th to the 27th, we will be in Coralville. Coralville, Iowa for Anime Iowa.
This will be Wade and Heather's first time going.
Yep. We've had this con has been very highly recommended by Steven and Hannah, and we've got the same hotel, same room that they had, same setup. So, and we've got a full boat of panels coming down the pipe.
Me and Steven will be going to Anime Iowa again, and this time we'll actually have the gang and our panels.
Yep. And
I did submit the Love Live meetup again too, so hopefully I get word about that soon.
Yeah. And let me tell you, folks, if these guys had as much fun as they did without our usual panel setup, imagine how crazy it's going to be when we bring the full heat.
This summer's going to be a movie.
Oh yeah, and then
let's hope it's not a disaster movie
or disaster movie. That terrible Friedberg and Seltzer movie.
Oh God.
And finally, rounding off our summer swing, we'll be heading back to our favorite stomping ground in Rosemont, Illinois, August 22nd to 24th for none other than Anime Magic. And I want to point out, folks, that for all of these conventions, including Anime Midwest, we'll be bringing full boat of panels, old favorites, potentially new panel. Well, I know we'll be bringing new panels to some of these conventions.
I know we're working on a new one.
Yep, we're working on a new panel. I don't want to spoil what it's fully about, but let's just say it has to do with music and anime, and isn't anime music.
Next time we record a podcast, we'll probably have a few of them we'll be talking about on here.
Yeah, exactly. So that's everything. I mean, there'll be, probably along the way, there'll be some small, quad cons or Midwest Toy and Comic Festivals along the way. We'll try to get out to those, as many as we can, because we just like going there. And hey, let me tell you, some of the best stuff I've ever gotten out of a convention came out of one of those little mall cons or one of those little convention center cons.
Speaking of our con roundup, April 13th, I'd be going down to Decatur for the other Midwest Toy and Comic Fest.
Yes, and we'll talk about the first Midwestern Toy and Comic Fest because, honestly, I'm going to give a little spoiler here to you guys. I don't know about you, but that was kind of one of the highlights of the latest con swing that we had.
Yes, con we weren't really expecting much from. Just wanted to go a little somewhere to spend a weekend, to spend a Saturday, and it's a lot more than we bargained for.
But we will get into that. I just wanted to say that is our con schedule.
A little bit more to it. Tentatively, let's see, actually look at my calendar real quick as I can do that. Let's move over to May.
All right.
May. So we will tentatively. We still have yet to work out scheduling and whatnot. Tentatively, expect us at ASEN Saturday only. We won't be doing panels, but we will be there in person.
Yeah, probably just show up there mostly just to meet friends.
Yeah, and let's face it, buy a lot of stuff.
So hopefully it won't be as bad as it was back when me and Sarah drove up to go to ASEN for a day in 2019, and I literally got trapped in the vendor's hall all day.
Oh boy.
Oh, and another thing. So I know we haven't done many golf things, but now that I actually have some quiet time from kind of just not stressing out, looking out for jobs anymore, I will be editing golf stuff, and I will upload when I can.
Hopefully, Golf the Balcony will be back.
Yes.
Sure, let's find another way to embarrass ourselves.
Why
Even
not?
though all of our content will be from 2023.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it'll be 2023 to 2024, and yeah.
I think I actually do say the dates at the beginning of each video, so
Oh,
I think
yeah.
people are going to be wondering, why are they uploading from 2023 and 2025?
Because that's the way things work around here. We have a very
Yes.
specific work regimen, in that
Yeah,
there is no work regimen.
Now that your boys graduated from college, I have more time to actually work on some editing and such, so
Of course.
I can do things now. But now your boy needs to find a job. Other than that, let's move on to our anime roundup.
Yep, we're going to do it a little bit differently
Since
because
we haven't watched that many shows.
and we have a lot of stuff to talk about with the conventions that we went to, and we really want to tell those stories. But first,
Yes, this is another month like October of last year where we just don't really have many animes to talk about because we were at so many cons.
which is funny because that month was also our theme month, which was the horror month.
Which we only ever watched one.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Hey, you know what? Time well spent. But here we got through more shows. We actually talked about my pick because mine was at the very early end of
And
February.
yours is one of the last ones we talked about last episode.
Yeah,
I Want to Eat Your Pancreas.
I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. And what we watched next, it was Heather's pick. A little unorthodox, not usually up our alley, but because it's so popular, I guess we'll give it some attention. The musical Epic.
Yeah, Epic the Musical. It's a musical that was created on TikTok.
Yeah.
I forget his name, but there was a guy who was a theater major in college, so he made this musical as his project and casted it on TikTok, and yeah.
And I want to give a quick caveat. I want to say that I'm not like, as much as I'm like a history nerd. You know, you don't pursue a master's degree in something unless you're really nerding out about it. But Greek mythology has never really been my thing. Admittedly, it's just not really been all that interesting to me. I mean, it gives certain like context to like Greek culture and everything, but as far as the myths, take it or leave it. But I will say I had that same attitude when I went to go and see Hades Town in Chicago, which is another musical based around Greek mythology, and I loved that musical. And with Epic, it was good. Yeah, I'm not gonna go over the moon about I'm not over the moon about it like my girlfriend is, but
definitely enjoyed some of the songs.
The songs were honestly the feature for me. It's very much like a rock opera in terms of basically the musical is the soundtrack. Like
You said a rock opera, and I instantly thought of Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I know. Okay.
Not sorry.
Yeah. No, that's good reference. But yeah, I don't really have a ton to say about Epic. Like, the music's good. It's just I don't know. It's not really a musical where I really get into the characters or anything. It's more just kind of a showcase for these songs, if that makes sense. In my opinion.
And the version of it we watched was like a 2-hour long video on YouTube where it was a bunch of the animatics people have made of the songs.
Yeah, which was interesting.
Yeah.
And clearly a lot of talent went into that. And in the musical in general, I just don't have a lot of strong feelings about it. I mean, I gave it an A tier just out of sheer respect for the craft.
Yeah,
but
the songs are pretty enjoyable, though I don't really remember that many of them.
Well,
off the
I
top of my
remember
head.
the song 600. That was good.
Yeah.
I like the ending song. I thought that had a lot of emotion to it. And I know there's some famous voice actors who signed up to this.
Brandon McInnes
Yeah,
played Apollo in that, which I remember seeing on his Instagram a while ago, where he was doing his con rounds and really happy about people recognizing him as Apollo, which I had no idea if there's like some, like that Hades video game, like did he play Apollo in that? And like nope, he was in some TikTok musical.
Yeah, which he
is a very talented guy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just I don't know. I'm kind of like Zenitsu on Steven's computer right now. It's good, just kind of shrugging.
Yeah.
I mean, this is more of like a classic literature thing rather than like mythology. I mean, everyone kind of knows mythology about how every Greek god causes problems either with their head or the other head. So that's generally how everything goes. But the Odysseus, I think it's a tragedy because what they did is they tweaked the ending to actually have Odysseus have his kingdom back. But in the original tragedy, he lost everything because I think he comes home and finds out that his entire family is murdered by the suitors. Mm-hmm. Oh no! Spoilers for like a
2,500-year-old myth. Spoilers.
I mean, people got mad at me for spoiling that Aerith died in Final Fantasy VII when the remake came out. So you never know.
What he did? No, I'm fucking with you.
By the way, Aerith dies. Sephiroth makes her a shish kebab. It's all good. It happens. But
here.
But yeah, no, I give it an A tier mainly because of the craft and because Odysseus is a very good, one of my favorite old literature stories.
Yeah, I mean the Odyssey, the Iliad and the Odyssey, and same with Epic. Quentin Tarantino has this quote that I like to say sometimes that it's like there's such a thing as a perfect movie where it may not be your cup of tea, but there's also nothing you can say to bring it down either. Yeah. That's how I feel about Epic and to a lesser extent the Iliad and the Odyssey. It's not my cup of tea, but fuck, there's really nothing I can say to bring it down. So that's kind of where I stand. And
the fact that it's a self-made musical kind of reminds me of the fact that my pal Jordan, for the last few years, his little free time project has been making Fallout New Vegas the musical.
Oh, that's cool. But hey, but like Epic could give someone like that the inspiration and like perhaps even connect people together to make stuff like this, especially in an age where media is just so homogenized and
AI and filled with AI.
Yeah,
even though the AI started to get incestuous with itself now.
Dead internet theories becoming real.
Yeah. But if it can do that, and plus, people really enjoy it, including Heather, and I'm happy that
she's gone to so many panels now. They're just Epic the Musical sing-alongs.
I will talk about the Epic the Music panel that happened at AMKE because it directly affected something that I was doing. but no, yeah, A tier for Epic.
Yeah.
Respect the craft when you hear it.
Yeah, respect the craft. Don't have to like it though.
Yeah.
Something the new generation of anime fans can learn a thing or 5 or 10 about.
Yeah.
And then the next thing we watched was my pick for Love Month.
Right. Did you get ready for Peak, Steven? Were you ready for Peak? The other 297 minutes of Peak. Folks, that joke is that there's a scene in Nozaki-kun in it's the anime when our parents walk in panel.
Tomoda!
Yeah, that scene, which usually gets a good reaction. But anyway, Hannah, why don't you, since it was your pick, why don't you explain what Nozaki-kun is about?
Yeah. This is a show that came out like 2014, where a girl named Chio confesses her crush to a boy she likes in her class named Nozaki, which he gives her his autograph in response.
That's how it starts.
Based.
Absolute Sigma.
So she finds out that the autograph she gave him was his pen name. That turns out he writes shoujo manga for a living, which she ends up accidentally becoming his assistant.
Right.
Along with a bunch of other people from his school that turns out a lot of the characters in his stories are based off of other students at the school.
Which is not all that uncommon if you've talked to any writer ever. But, yeah, kind of similar to Comey Can't Communicate. This is one of those shows where, like, it's set in a high school, but everyone in this high school is, like,
really fucking weird.
Is just fucking insane. You have you have Nozaki. You have, who's the red-haired guy again?
Oh, Mikorin.
Mikorin, who's like
It's like the playboy guy that just immediately gets flustered whenever he says something flirty. Which Nozaki bases the girl in his shoujo manga off of him.
Right, and he's also kind of Nozaki's business partner. You have Kashima, who's like the
school prince, even though she's a woman.
Yeah, who's like jock tomboy girl
like
who has
the prince of the drama club.
Yeah, who has a boyfriend who beats the shit out of her, but I guess the conceit is that she can take it because she's a tomboy.
It's like he beats her up because she doesn't really take the drama club seriously, but she loves him anyway.
Yeah, I want to say, folks, that beat the shit out of her. Don't worry, it's not like this isn't like a comedy drama where it's like there's actual domestic violence.
It's like Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, it's like Looney Tunes violence. Like whenever Kashima does something dumb, he
like
brings out
just like lift her up, just swing her over his head and yeet her across the room.
Yeah, it's not anything serious. It's really, really funny.
Kashima.
Yeah, it's very much Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck type stuff. But yeah, those are kind of your principal. Well, there's the other blonde jock girl.
Oh yeah, Seiyo.
Who's just like always in trouble, but also has like a beautiful voice.
Yeah.
Which that's kind of funny.
And then the other one's, I forget his name. Wakamatsu.
Oh,
he
Wakamatsu.
Gets introduced like halfway through, where it's like the kind of like pushover basketball club boy.
Oh yeah.
Like he ends up falling for the voice of Seiyo, but hates Seiyo as a person.
Right. And then those are like our primary characters, because other than Chio, all the other background characters are just head over heels in love with whoever happens to be on screen at the...
It's like there's a bunch of other little love stories going on. Like Chio's still trying to get Nozaki to notice her.
Yeah. And it's a really... this isn't our first time watching this. Me and Hannah watched this years ago.
Yeah, this is my Love Month pick a couple years ago.
Yeah.
So I found out Steven hasn't seen it, and plus I bought the Blu-ray of this during Sentai's Black Friday sale.
Oh.
I got it for like $10 there.
So you didn't buy it? Oh, right, that's right. I was like, what con did you buy that at? Because I would have remembered you...
yeah, if you love collecting physical media, Sentai Filmworks, every Black Friday, it's not even Black Friday, it's pretty much just all of winter.
Yeah.
Like, they do super insane sales. But my next pick is going to be K-On!, which I bought the complete edition of that, where it's both seasons and the movie. It's usually like $130 on their website.
And you got it for like $60.
$30.
Right? Oh, $30! Holy shit!
$100 off. I had to snatch that immediately.
Oh, no doubt. But yeah, going back to Nozaki-kun, Steven, what did you think of the show? Like,
you know that Quentin Tarantino quote you had?
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
It's not your cup of tea.
Not my cup of tea, but I can't really
pretty much
yell at it.
All the reviews I see of it are just, why does this not have a season 2 yet?
How old is it?
Like 2014, 2016. Around
10 years old.
Yeah, it's probably not getting one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Unless...
I mean, Grand Blue got a season 2.
Yeah, but Grand Blue is more recent.
Yeah, that was 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like No Game, No Life. It should have a season 2, but...
You know, I real quick, before we get back to Nozaki-kun, I want to say that usually I have about a 10-year counter to like a show getting a season 2. Like you got, because I've seen plenty of shows get a season 2 within that kind of time frame. Usually it's more like 5 years before a season 2 is announced, before it goes out. But I give it up to 10 years.
Unless it's a shonen anime, and then it's like announced within like 3 weeks of the show of the first season ending.
Yeah, or you're like, what's that show that Apothecary Diaries that just got a season 3 in the middle of the airing of its season 2. But yeah, I didn't realize you had that reaction to Nozaki-kun. I guess we didn't talk about it that much.
Plus, the OP is an absolute banger.
I do like the OP, yeah.
Masayoshi Oishi is the name of the guy that sang it, and it was like right after, it was either right before or right after we watched it, he appeared on The First Take. It's like another one of those Japanese music YouTube series performing that song.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And yeah, I know he also did the OP to the Soriro Utility series.
Oh, nice.
Which we haven't seen yet, which we need to watch that before we do the golf panel again.
We will. Oh, we will. Don't you
We
worry.
need to watch that and Tombo Season 2 before we do the golf panel again.
Tombo Season 2. But yeah, with Nozaki-kun, the OP is great. I really like the slapstick humor in it. The characters are pretty good too. Like, I think Chio's a really nice protagonist.
Yeah.
Nozaki and Mikarin are super funny together. Kashima's
Kashima and Hori.
Yeah, Kashima's just kind of interesting in her conceit of like being this jock princely character who just has this Bugs Bunny Daffy Duck routine with her own crush.
The drama club director.
Yeah, the drama club director. But yeah, so Steven, what didn't really work for you with Nozaki-kun? I'm just curious.
I might have overhyped myself with it, and it just didn't meet up to my own expectations with it.
Okay.
Just because you guys would tell me how funny it was, and then, in my view, kind of sputtered.
Okay.
But, I mean, I'm not going to say it's bad.
Got the Tomoda scene.
Yeah, I did get the Tomoda scene.
Did the Tomoda scene make more sense in context?
A little bit. A little bit, but I was expecting that type of humor throughout. And then when I didn't get it, it kind of like, for me.
I get it.
It kind of does have some nice, like, informational segments about how manga's actually made.
Yeah, and there was a show, maybe about a decade ago that came out that was about...
It's like Bakaramon or something.
Yes, that's like an anime that takes place inside of the manga industry.
Yeah, I've been wanting to watch that one for a while. I just haven't seen it yet.
I've been looking for it everywhere, and I haven't found it yet, so...
It kind of reminds me of another series that I watched a few episodes of it, just never finished it. It's like Kakushi Goto, I think was the name of it, where it's about this guy who, like, his wife just gave birth to a daughter and then just realized that, oh, he writes dirty manga for a living. I can never let my daughter know what I do. So it's like a whole, like, kind of comedy show about just trying to hide the fact that he's a dirty manga artist from his daughter.
So yeah,
like the beginning of that show is like the daughter, like now that she's 18, finding his vault,
right,
and then it just flashes back to.
So yeah, so yeah, to really quickly explain what we're talking about by that scene. So in Nozaki-kun, there is a scene where Nozaki and Mikarin...
Yeah. Oh, about the Tomoda scene?
Yeah, the Tomoda scene.
Mikarin's trying to teach Nozaki-kun about girls by having him play one of his visual novels.
Yes, which we're already off to a great start. But, so they're playing this visual novel.
You know, the funny thing is, not the only anime where they try to train the main dude that I've seen by visual novels.
Endo and Kobayashi?
Actually, no, that would make the third one. That would be the third one I've seen.
Well, what's the second one then?
Date Alive.
Oh.
The intro part's literally just, here, you're gonna, since you have to do this one mission that involves basically just being Casanova, here's this visual novel that you have to finish within 24 hours. It's there's 3 of them. Go.
Shit. So,
So yeah, Nozaki starts playing the visual novel, and then Mikarin's like, oh yeah, one of the mechanics is you can ask your friend Tomoda for help.
Oh, right. and then by the end of the game, they get super attached. Nozaki and Mikarin get super attached to...
Tomoda, why do you keep helping me out? You're not getting anything from this. Then, like, the ending scene is like, we're graduating high school. All these 3 years just flew by. I'm gonna miss you, buddy.
Yeah, and then...
Tomoda!
Yeah, they decide to write, like, a fanfic ending, and they, like, pour all their...
Which girl would Tomoda like? Like, somebody that will always be there for Tomoda. Someone that he'd give 3 years of his life for. The only person...
It's the protagonist! And then they end up writing slash fic out of not even for, like, in like a Fujiyoshi such. It's that to them they calculate it as like this is the most logical progression for this story to go, and it's
the only ship that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny sequence in context, but we could. Fortunately, the scene is long enough that you can play it out of context, like we do for anime when my parents walk in, and people get it. And I think it gets a pretty decent reaction.
Yeah, people tend to like it.
Yeah. But as it stands, I'm really glad that you showed it again.
I think another scene we could maybe add to anime when my parents walk in is the scene where they're training Mikorin for the mixer. It's like where Nozaki's like wearing the bunny ears. Like, whenever Mikorin says something, it's like, Chio, can you go to the bathroom with me? And then they end up talking in the bathroom, and then eventually Mikorin's like, I can't take it anymore. I want to go to the bathroom, too!
Okay,
and he just starts talking in there with them.
Well, hopefully there's a good audio version of that clip.
Yeah, I'll look for it later.
Yeah.
Speaking of good, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that when we
we'll
talk
burn
about
that.
the cons.
We'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
So to speak. But anyway, so watching it again, Nozaki-kun does hold up on rewatch for me.
I'll give it an A tier for me.
Yeah, I'd still stick with my original A tier. Steven, you?
I give it like I think I just give it like a low A tier, just because I think I've overhyped myself for it.
Yeah, probably high B tier for you.
Low A, high B, yeah.
You know,
I mean, I slapped Fairy Tail there, like the entirety of that series, so it's not exactly a bad thing.
I want you to know that I've been there before, where I was really excited to watch a show, and then I watch the show, and it's not at all what it. So I try.
My expectations are up here. What happened was down here.
Yeah. That's why I try to go into shows with no expectations, because then the show can kind of just land where it's going to land. But if I go in thinking, "Oh, this is the greatest show ever," and then it kind of flies a little too close to the sun, or rather falls short of the sun. Then
Icarus post sun.
Yeah, I was thinking Three Doors Down, but
oh yeah, that album.
Hey, that's a good album.
It is a very good album.
But yeah, that's kind of where we stand with Nozaki-kun. Thumbs up for me. I think we got thumbs up all around. All right.
And then the last show we have on our roundup for this.
We're waiting for our resident fairy tale expert to explain the Edolas arc, but he is currently chowing down on some trucker crackers right now. Look, he's a bit predisposed at the moment.
Let him finish eating his peanut butter crackers.
Both you can go fuck yourselves.
Even me?
Do you need some water?
Here, I have some rum and coke here if you need a. Okay.
Not exactly water, but anyway.
Hey, if it looks like water, it is water.
Better not do that near a pond. You don't know where that's been.
All right.
Speaking of that, how do you feel about that Grand Blue Season 2 trailer?
Oh, and
Peak is back. Yeah, the song was amazing.
The song was amazing. And City, the animation, is finally coming to anime. For anyone who doesn't know, it's made by the same guy who made Nichijou.
I think he made City first, didn't he?
He made City first, but Nichijou is what he's most known for right now.
Which is funny
in America.
I discovered a new anime video essay YouTuber a couple months ago and subscribed to him, but I noticed that way back in his uploads, like 3 years ago, he had a video about City and said like the Nichijou like manga by the author that made Nichijou that will never get an adaptation.
Hey, let's be thankful that he was wrong.
Yeah.
You know.
All right.
Hey, back to Fairy Tail.
I can speak again.
Honestly, we should have been doing that when he was eating the crackers instead of making fun of you.
I want to give you some more time to recover there.
We had a perfect time filler, and we just ended up wasting more time.
I'm starting to overheat in that thing. All right.
You want that on?
Yeah, I'll figure it out later.
Okay.
So Fairy Tail, we're back to doing I think we're starting the 2-weeker parts of Fairy Tail now.
Yeah, because you said the next one is going to be like 14 and 14.
29 total episodes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be
Getting
a doozy.
up there.
I'm going to start setting aside entire days for Fairy Tail.
Well,
I mean, Yeah.
Steven, I'm going to need you to explain this arc because there were certain elements of it that were a tad confusing.
Right over our heads.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So this one is the arc where Mystigan's backstory gets explained and why the cats with wings exist.
Yeah.
That was the main premise of it. There was an alternate world called Edolas, which is basically just like going through the looking glass type of thing.
Right.
Where people in Edolas are the exact opposite, but the main problem they're facing is while in Earthland magic is plentiful, boundless, it's a non-renewable resource up in Edolas.
Mm-hmm.
And that was because they used some type of ancient weapon where it would absorb magic and then wreck house. But it would actually permanently take magic away from things, is what happened with that. So they go up there because there's a plan by the king where he wants to completely kill the Exceed, which are the cats with wings, which I'm still torn if they're avians or mammals at this point. Because they look and act like cats, but they fly and lay eggs.
Okay, I'm going to backtrack what I said yesterday when we were watching this. They're mammals because they're clearly cats. But the fact that they lay eggs, okay, that's an internal biology thing, so I'm going to have to walk back my statement a little bit.
Do they have hollow bones? Who knows?
Yeah. I don't know.
Then again, Happy's taking G-forces that would crack those bones in half almost immediately, so I don't even know anymore.
I mean, well, that's the thing. Cats are sturdy as hell. They'll fall out of a tree and be fine.
So yeah, all I had to do is so it says the story mainly focuses on Happy, Carla, Wendy, and Natsu going up there without having to take special tablets that Mystigan has called X-Balls. I mean, if that's the only thing, they kept calling it enema instead of anima.
Yeah, it's like the other name doesn't work either.
It's okay. Every time I hear lasagna, I keep thinking lasagna.
Cease. It's just I think this is when the simulcasting was probably just starting to happen with Fairy Tail because popularity on both sides of the pond.
Would have been like 2012, right?
Yeah, I think at this point would have been like 2013.
So around in that area.
Yeah. So they were trying to say, classic mistakes like that. I mean, they kind of corrected it by the third episode where they actually said it and then never mentioned it again until the very end.
Just really accentuating the anima, not enema.
Yeah, because, that was throwing me for a loop, too.
They're going to the what?
No, don't go in there!
There was too much coffee in there! This arc is just explaining. It's just basically explaining why the Exceeds exist. Apparently, they made themselves to be their queen could see into the future, and they saw their kingdom fall. So they just assumed that the humans were the ones that caused it, and then they did some mass propaganda thing to make themselves like gods and divine, while the humans were lowly. Which is why the king decides he wants to make a chain that whips a giant rock into Edolas and makes it fall anyway.
Right.
So they kind of played into their own delusion, I guess.
I want to say that it's kind of it's great that we got an arc that finally focuses on Happy, because each of the characters have had an arc that directly focuses on them. I just think it's kind of weird that Happy gets the longest one that we've watched so far.
Finally nice to see Happy do something other than call Lucy useless.
Yeah, or fat or dumb or...
I mean, she called Lucy fat, and he called Lucy fat and dumb 8 different times in the series anyway, so...
Okay,
give us a reason to like Happy and not just want to punt him into orbit.
I mean, I still want to punt Happy in the orbit. I've seen that numerous times.
I mean, he's not... Let's just say this. He's not as bad as Morgana. The game version of Morgana.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say Morgana is just a little bit higher because the anime made Morgana tolerable.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean, I'll say this. I don't know how...
honestly, for me, it goes game Morgana, Happy, anime Morgana. So
Let me say that. I don't know exactly how Steven feels about Happy. I personally don't have any strong feelings towards Happy. Sometimes he'll get a funny line or get kind of a cool moment. Especially in this arc, he got a couple of pretty decent cool moments. But I just don't really have any strong feelings about it. I don't find him, I know a lot of people find him unlikable, Hannah said, for his mistreatment of
Lucy.
Of Lucy, yes. And it's not like I condone that behavior, but...
Or the endless simping for Carla.
Yes. Okay, but that's actually kind of funny. To a point. But, yeah, I don't really have any strong feelings one way or another. And it's not like this... I'll spoil how I feel about this arc a little bit. This arc didn't really change me on how I felt about Happy one way or the other. I mean, it was neat to kind of see his family and everything, but I thought Carla was a far more compelling character than Happy was in this arc. To be
Imagine,
honest.
oh man, Happy's finally getting a backstory. Carla does it better.
Yeah, exactly.
And she was only introduced in the arc before.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the bitch of it. But Steven, I'll
leave the floor to you.
I'll forward it over to you. What do you think of Happy, and how does this arc, I guess, in your opinion, change him or contribute to his story?
I mean, Happy in my eyes was always just like the mascot character of Fairy Tail.
Sure.
So that really didn't change too much in this one. It just gave I guess this kind of did what most other shonen anime doesn't do, and actually give the mascot character a little bit of depth.
Yeah.
Especially with all of, like, the Edolas stuff and the basically why cat racism happened like twice in the show.
Let me ask something, because this is something that I was confused about and I wanted to save it for the podcast. Is there a reason... So, this is where Happy came from, basically, right?
Yes.
How come he didn't... How come he didn't disclose any of this to his friends, like, prior to this?
Is that because of the memories?
No, so you know how he was born in Earthland?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, you know how the plan was to steal babies from the parents and then yeet them into the Earthland?
Okay.
So it was kind of explained in that little Lozana epilogue thing, but only Carla had that little see into the future thing because, massive spoiler, she's the queen's kid.
Uh-huh.
And so that's why she has the ability to see into the future and whatnot. But Happy doesn't have that because he was taken from essentially two farmers.
Right.
So he would never have actually known about this at all.
Uh-huh.
And he would never saw it.
Okay. That you know what, that makes more sense.
Yeah, they actually sort of explained near the end, in between the fighting the giant dragon knight and the Gray and Lucy try not to be killed by the armed forces.
I was gonna say this for an arc that had kind of a lot of confusing exposition, in my opinion. This arc kind of made up for it with how much cool action was in it. Like, this was an action-packed arc, which is, what you want in a show like Fairy Tail.
Get ready for Tenro.
Yeah. Oh, is that another arc?
That's the very next arc.
That's a Tenro arc. Okay. Like, you had an Urza versus Urza fight, which spans several episodes, but doesn't even really start until...
Yeah, that's actually probably one of my favorite parts about this entire thing. Most of the episodes are either a combined version of, like, how many anime are, just a combined version of a few sets of chapters, but this one was directly named after a chapter called Urza versus Urza. And the fight of Urza versus Urza didn't happen until, like, maybe, 2-3 episodes after?
I feel like we get, like, one scene of Urza fighting Urza every episode, and then the rest of the episode would be everybody else's shit.
Yeah,
I mean, I did like the fact that Urza was able to put the other Urza down off screen and then, like, do a little switch up.
Uh-huh.
But you can tell it was the Hua Urza because she had her sword out instead of having a lance.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure they just had most of the Urza fight happening on a falling platform thing just to animate the titty jiggles.
I mean...
this one was full of Urza Booba.
There was a lot of booba in this. This is probably the booba-est arc.
Yeah, I know usually when we do Waifu Wars, people put Urza in B tier for B for booba.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Usually you have going like A, S, A tier. It's like A tier, there'd be like some people putting their hands up. Like, how about B for booba? Then the crowd will start chanting, booba, booba.
So, yeah.
It's like, at that point, it's not even a quality of character.
Yeah, and we'll talk about Waifu Wars a bit later, but...
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's cool, because I'd say Urza is probably one of my more favorite characters in this show. I don't know if she's my absolute favorite, but she's up there.
I'm gonna go grab more drink.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know. Maybe Gray would be my favorite character.
Welcome to the club.
Okay, yeah, it's not exactly a unique take. But yeah, I do like Gray. I mean, there hasn't really been a character other than potentially Happy that I've really disliked. The characters that I dislike in Fairy Tail tend to be the villains. They do a good job. I will say Fairy Tail does a good job with villains.
Yeah, so you really hated the king, huh?
Yeah. But he had a good design.
Yeah, yes, he had a very good design being based off of communist Russia.
Well,
I mean, I'm seeing a whole bunch of Ivan the Terrible every time I used to look
yeah,
at him.
yeah, he looks a lot like Ivan the Terrible. Or if you've ever seen like a Russian Orthodox priest, the king of Edolas looks like that.
Yeah, it's like King Faust.
Yeah, King Faust.
Yeah, and I also forgot to say that Mystigan was revealed to look a lot like Jalal back in the Battle of Fairy Tail arc. And now we figured out why. Because Edolas' version of him got sent to Earthland a while ago to basically undo the plan, because the plan was just basically taking entire cities and magic guilds from Earthland and making them giant lacrima.
Mm-hmm.
And they just did Magnolia because apparently that was the only one that was open.
Right.
Wow, coincidence.
Coincidence. But yeah, where I stand with I will say that there was a lot of good humor in this arc too. I think my favorite joke was when Natsu is flying around, someone tells him that they're in like a vehicle.
Oh yeah, the versus the what's his face fight, the one with the conductor wand.
Yeah. I can't remember his name, but
neither can I. I can remember Sugar Boy, but I can't remember that guy's name.
Sugar Boy. Every time they said that name, I kept expecting like Sugar Ray, like fucking Mark McGrath.
Yeah.
Shifty Shell Shock?
Yeah, Shifty Shell Shock. But, yeah, when the second that Natsu finds out he's on a vehicle, his face does that big puffy cheek thing like he's gonna vomit. And it's just immediately motion sickness. So that was funny. But yeah, is there anything else that you... Hannah, I know you were up getting a drink, but do you have anything you want to say about this?
And the Lizana is still alive ass pull.
Oh, yeah.
That's not an I will argue to the death of me that's not an ass pull.
Can I just say that I don't really view it as an ass pull because I was a tad confused about what was going on. I knew that Lizana had died in the earlier... it had been explained that Lizana had died in the earlier arc. That I got.
Apparently she just got pulled into the anima, and then in the other universes, fairy tales, the other Lizana had died, so she just kind of took her place.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I would go with Steven and say I don't think that's exactly an ass pull, but I don't have... Again, I don't have...
They'd spent a lot of time building up, like Natsu is traumatized by Lizana dying, and then just, nope, she's not actually dead.
Well,
then I guess it is shonen. Nobody's actually dead. Nobody's dead unless you're the villain.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he was inspired by Dragon Ball after all.
Inspired by Dragon Ball, inspired by, apparently, was it The Cat and something else? The Miyazaki cat movie, I think.
Oh, The Cat Returns?
The Cat Returns, yeah. Apparently.
You know what? I was thinking...
I can see it.
I was thinking about that the whole time. I was like, this has to be inspired by Cat Returns, because...
Got the Cat Kingdom.
The Cat Kingdom, the Cat King with the fucking alpha male Chad jaw. And then there's one cat who we don't know the name of, but there is a cat who follows this king around, and what he's doing is he's constantly like
fist bumping.
Yeah, he's constantly bumping his fist.
And... found it. I found the voice. So Jesse James Gurrell. People may
used
know
to be Josh Grill.
Yeah, people may know them by their previous alias. Hughes was the name.
Hughes, okay.
Also, fun fact, when I was scrolling through this thing rather viciously, Jesse James Gurrell also voices the main dude in Mysterious Girlfriend X in the English dub.
Oh.
Really? That's a That's a deep
Armin
cut.
Y.
Jesse, I believed in you.
Gotta do anything for work.
Yeah.
But
But you gotta get that check, man.
I think it's she now, that she voiced Armin in Attack on Titan.
I could have sworn it was they pronouns, but eh.
Yeah, either they or she.
We will more likely be correct in the comments.
They used to be Josh Grill, but they transitioned, so it's Jesse James Grill now.
Jesse, hey, I like the name Jesse James.
Yeah.
I was like, what, the fucking bank robber voiced this character?
and good name to pick.
Yeah, it is a cool name to pick. But yeah, so unless, I don't know, how do you feel about this arc since you're like the fairy tale fan? Like, where does this sit with you as like since you've watched all of Fairy Tale?
It does do a little bit to make Carla not a complete cunt.
Yeah.
We're nearly an hour into recording this. I think by the time I actually cut everything down, it's probably be like maybe closer to 50 to 49 minutes, but
yeah, we're past YouTube stuff. Like, YouTube really cares about us.
Yeah.
We only have like 73 subscribers at the time of
and
this.
we love every single one of you.
Yeah,
especially the 69th.
Especially you, who probably subscribed to us during UICon, because I think that was when I first noticed one of your comments. That, yeah, you've been commenting on our recent videos. You're great.
Yeah, and we will engage, we promise.
Yeah, I have been putting the little heart things on your comments.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll just leave Hannah being the social media manager for us. But let's see. Yeah, it actually does change Carla's character a lot because mainly because of her own power. She kind of got turned to because during her backstory a little bit, she had that little existential dread fisheye lens.
Yeah.
Just seeing that on like a baby, just seeing that on a kitten. I almost said baby cat. Seeing that on a kitten, just going like, oh.
Baby cat, do.
Cease.
Hey, I used to work in
I was going to say, she's been in those...
I had to listen to Baby Shark so much a couple years ago.
She's been in those trenches with those Coco Melon songs, so...
Yeah. There's one kid I had to watch where I just look over his iPad every day and I just see different variations of Baby Shark. Like, you can click on Baby Shark, but in different languages.
Like, you don't even understand these languages. It's kind of like when you look...
Just anything that has the Baby Shark image on it, click on.
This is like that. This is like when you get bored with the studio version of a song, so you start looking up like random obscure like
remixes,
like or like recordings of it. Like I'll do this when listening to like Oasis songs. Like where's Wonderwall in Rio in like 2002 or something. Because I like the opening riff that Noel does to open that version of the song. You end up doing that when you like really like a song, but it's just like the studio version doesn't hit anymore. But anyway,
so Carla becomes.
We were getting the fan turned on here, folks.
So Carla
we
becomes.
just talk about random stuff while Steven's doing something.
So Carla becomes less of a bitch or a cunt, whichever one you want to take. She starts calling Happy Tomcat and actually starts calling him by Happy by his name.
Yeah.
Probably because of a little growth thing when they both went to the farm, which now they went to the farm upstate of Edolas.
And they came back.
They did come back.
Mom, you lied to me.
Which is really funny because that's where Happy's parents are. They had the little train arc where Happy's parents were in the farm upstate.
Oh, fuck.
This was the only time in Fairy Tale I'll be able to make the farm upstate jokes. I'm taking my opportunity. The sake is talking. The bottle's almost empty too.
Oh, gee. What happened to self-control there?
You think I had any?
Good point. Anyway, so where do we sit with? Because we are ripping and roaring to talk about con stories. Why don't we wrap up Fairy Tale real quick? Unless you have more things that you want to add.
See. I literally have my phone gallery open to pictures I took on our first con roundup.
I'd say the Edolas Fairy Tale was funny.
It was funny. It did have good moments, like both in action, in drama, and in comedy.
I'm just saying Edolas' version of Fairy Tale is also kind of funny to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
there was some good like role reversal stuff going on there.
Yeah.
Like in this alternate universe, Gray is the one who's obsessed with Juvia, and Juvia doesn't give a fuck about him.
And Lucy's a punk girl.
Yep.
And Urza's just
Natsu's a little pushover boy
who can't get out of his own car, which is that was honestly pretty fun. And then Urza's just evil. Like, I mean, she's a threatening.
She's part of the bad government.
Yeah, she's part of the bad government.
Yeah, I think that was pretty funny because Urza would give her life a fairy tale in Earthwind, but in this one she actually has the name Fairy Hunter.
Yeah.
Because she's killed so much of the guild.
Exactly. So, what are we thinking for tier rating?
I'd say this arc is probably like where I have Fairy Tale gauged by itself. It's between an A and a B, just because it got a little convoluted, but it also did have some pretty good character moments in it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I would put it in B tier because the exposition got pretty dense and didn't really. Exposition is supposed to explain a story, not make it more complicated. Admittedly, some stuff is just going to go over my head sometimes, but I will say that this arc made up for its kind of convoluted story with, as Steven said, good character moments, good humor, and some really good action. So yeah, I'd give the Edolas arc a Fairy Tale B tier.
Yeah, I'd say my general anime rating, I'd give it a B tier, but if I'm just ranking the Fairy Tale arc Steven has shown me, just in general, I put it in A tier.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, me and Steven have talked about this before. Shonen stuff is his thing. Cute girls doing cute things is my thing. So.
And then I'm over here in tinfoil hat with shows like Serial Experiments Lane and Monster and Ergo Proxy. We all have our niches, We all have our niches.
Yeah, Hannah dragged me through Idol Hell, so I'm gonna drag Hannah through Shonen Hell. It's the same thing.
And then Heather's thing.
And funny enough, the next panel I'm thinking of doing just a little panel I'll throw together for Midwest, just so I can have 4 things to submit under my own name, is just doing a kind of a satire, jokey panel of characters that could beat Goku by somebody who hasn't seen Dragon Ball.
That's funny. That's a funny idea.
Yeah. I mean, I'm for it. I'll just sit in the corner and just I don't know, maybe.
It's like I'll Honoka, because in the School Idol Project movie, it kind of implies she has time travel powers.
And the show implies that she is God.
And every idol in Wake Up Girls, because they caused 9/11.
I'll just be sitting over here in a straight jacket like.
Jotaro Kujo.
Oh, and Heather's thing is just dudes fighting in suits, in goofy super Power Ranger suits.
She likes the Sentai.
Yeah, Kamen Rider.
We all have our niches, and that's why
we all have our niches.
That's why our anime clubs seem to be nice little.
Yeah,
that's why if we ever do a panel that's like that trivia night my coworkers took me to, where I just want that to be like an all of us things that we can have questions that are just all of our little niches.
I love that idea.
We might be balcony trivia.
We might be able to get that in for Anime Magic, so put a pin in that idea.
Nice.
So yeah, if we had a band to describe our anime tastes, Steven would have like Pantera. Hannah would probably have, I don't know, something like Blondie or something.
Yeah,
or Cyndi Lauper.
The first white girl doing rap.
Yeah, and me would be like Tool.
And Heather would just be like some pump up type thing.
Yeah. She'd just be like Britpop or something. Wait, not Britpop. J-pop.
Yeah, J-pop. Which, to be fair, J-pop's better than K-pop. Quit acting like it's not.
Oh, Christ, thanks.
Anyway, let's go to our con roundup. So, during the weekends that Katsucon was getting sewage poured on them,
we just stayed back here and went to a little mall con.
Yeah, we went to Northwards Mall in Peoria on February 15th for QuadCon Peoria. Well, Wade goes to the bathroom. I'll just talk.
Drink.
Wade goes get a drink. I'll a little bit about that. QuadCon is kind of like a general little nerd con. It's like they have like little vendors set up inside the mall. during regular mall hours.
I'd say QuadCon's more like the popular cartoon, like more Western focused, but they will have some anime, like the top hitting shonen, I think.
Like 3 or 4 vendors that have like specifically anime stuff, and kind of usually those will just be the mainstream things, but there was one booth that had Love Live figures, which was really calling to me, and since I actually got paid the day before this and actually had the budget for it, I decided to splurge on the Nico figure they had. Just no brand girls Nico. It was only $25, so I got her. Funny thing about that figure is that the skirt's not really attached, so you can lift the skirt up and see her panties. Which, for some reason, they really gave Nico a sculpted ass on that figure.
Gotta give her something, she doesn't have tits.
Isn't there a Seiyu who, whenever there's like a... Here, let me get in front.
Oh, all of them do. Just whenever there's a Seiyu live stream, a Love Live Seiyu live stream, and they announce a new figure, and they have like the demo figure there, like they always just lift the figure up and look under its skirt.
You're right.
Every single one of them, none of them is safe.
Right.
And there's also that one live stream, I think, where they're showing off like the VR, like AR technology, where like a big screen that had Yo on it in her cheerleader outfit, and Rina, Seiyu, Chiemi just went up there, started grabbing Yo's boobs.
They're so much fun, those girls. But
yeah.
So where are we at with talking about QuadCon? The con that
I was just explaining what QuadCon was, and then I bought the Nico figure.
Yep. Just explain the concept of it.
Okay. Well, good.
Oh, my port's starting to turn into more sake than club soda at this point.
And hey, like Hannah said, well, you guys were out getting raw sewage poured on your head.
No. It wasn't sewage. It was gray water.
Oh, yeah. Apparently, according to when Katsukan asked the Gaylord Hotel what happened... Yeah, the hotel's literally called the Gaylord that Katsukan happens in.
Great.
They said it was a kitchen line. Apparently, it was kitchen water that...
All right.
That is the official story that's out right now.
All right. Look, it's probably water you don't want dunked on your head. I'm just saying.
Yeah, people are still to this day like trying to investigate what pipes are going through. I know that one.
They're getting the blueprints of the fucking building.
I'll post it the weights, Mike. The leading theory is that it was a pipe right above the HVAC pipe, which is why I was able to go curl around and be an actual waterfall.
Yeah.
Okay.
The YouTube cosplay girl, Sarah Spaceman, just a couple days ago uploaded a video about the Katsukan pipe disaster, and they talked to a pipe expert that wanted to stay anonymous of what happened.
I understand that. But yeah, this was already this we'll call it the winter to spring con swing that we've been on for these past few weeks. We started off with a bang because this wasn't just your normal everyday QuadCon, because there were actually...
you got an absolute banger.
Yes, but not just for buying, but there were actual events at this.
Oh yeah, there's a cosplay showcase thing where if you showed up in cosplay, you could go to a little cosplay parade thing and randomly get drawn for cash prizes.
Yeah, it's not like you won.
None of us won.
Yeah, none of us won, and it's not like a cosplay contest. I will say the winners were well deserved because they were on the younger side.
Yeah. I mean, even though it was randomly drawn.
Yeah, even though it was randomly drawn, but I will say that it was fun for everyone because there were a lot of people at this for a tiny convention that's like in the middle of not even a dying mall. It's actually pretty vibrant.
Even though I wouldn't say Peoria is like one of the big cities of Illinois. Probably more put that towards Chicago and like the northern parts, but I mean,
oh sure,
this is a big city in like central Illinois, but
yeah,
there were a big amount of people there.
Yeah, there were a lot of people there, even a couple of people that we knew. But it was a fun event for people to come out and show their costumes off. I know I went as Lupin the Third, and when I did my walk up, I did the little James Bond turn to the camera and shoot thing. Hannah, you
my
were
my picture that looks like his Oh, sorry. The picture I got of him saying that looked like he was just like flapping his hands near his waist.
Oh yeah, and your picture just kind of had like the hand just.
Yeah, it probably looked like
motion blur.
I think I probably caught like the very end of it when I was taking pictures of it. Not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, they only give you like 5 seconds. Like once your applause is done with
they
it.
They wanted to get through the line.
Yeah, exactly. Because there were like
'twas a long line.
Yeah, there had to have been around 100 people in that line. Heather went as
Zenny got
Yeah, Zenny got it.
A lot of the pictures I have are when there was like a little Valentine's Day backdrop. There was like a little bench and then like a little backdrop with a bunch of hearts around, and I got a bunch of pictures of you and Heather, just little cute couple moment.
Which is funny because we were dressed as adversaries. But Hannah over here was none other than Bocchi the Rock.
Yeah, which coincidentally, the very morning of this con where I'd already committed to be dressed as Bocchi, the trailer, the announcement thing for Bocchi the Rock Season 2 dropped.
Yeah, I mean, I think my favorite part about this was it was exactly like, I hate to compare it to this, it was exactly like that Chris Chan thing where in the morning I tell the person about it when they wake up, or when they just come into my presence, like my very first con, Wade comes over to my place and I ask him if he knows who Chris Chan is and what happened. And
yeah, but this was like
but this was like the good version of it where Hannah like, hey Hannah, remember when Hannah wake up, we kiss each other and be cute coupley for a bit. Like, oh, by the way, the Bocchi Season 2 trailer dropped, and she's like, snaps awake.
She's like,
which actually,
she's like Undertaker coming out of the fucking coffin.
You like gong?
Yeah.
Which the special thing about this con for me is that when Con Peoria was getting all their information out, they announced, oh yeah, this photographer, Mixed Media May, will be there taking pictures of the cosplay photo shoot. And she'll be offering private photo sessions, too. And I remember Anime Magic when Hitate and another cosplayer were doing their Hajisora Liela group, and I joined in as the Sumire and had a little photo shoot for that, too.
That's who did those photos?
Yeah, Hitate, but Hitate paid a photographer for that.
But was it the same photographer?
No, it was somebody different.
Okay.
I think it was Cordial Harlequin did the pictures for that, but
I remember being the guard the stuff guy.
Yeah. And Mixed Media May was the girl there for QuadCon, and they announced private photos, and I looked on the website, saw that like a 10-picture photo session would only be $25.
Right.
Okay, that's pretty cheap for cosplay photographers that I've seen. Hey, fuck it, I'll do a shoot.
Yeah. So
I decided that Bocchi would probably be the best one for that. So.
And folks, where they brought her to do this photo shoot was like, it's like in this abandoned. It used to be a Macy's. It hasn't.
I think it was like Home Stuff was like the name of it.
Yeah. It went from Macy's to a Home Stuff thing because they did it because they had the way they did it.
Oops, sorry, my mic dropped.
The way they had it set up, and I'm gonna fix this now. This is gonna bother tech guy. The way they had it set up was they had a little bit of vendors in the open area, and then they had a lot more vendors in an abandoned and then in a closed store, which I think was like a home goods store.
I'd say about 75% of the con was in that. It was in that
Home Stuff, I think it was called.
Yeah.
I know it wasn't exactly home goods, but it had home in the name.
Well, I think it used to have like a bunch of mock-ups of like kitchens and
it was essentially a furniture display area.
Right.
You could buy room sets.
I remember when she called me over for the photo shoot. Timmy crossed through somebody's stand and then took like the back rooms pretty much, or it was like a bunch of like different rooms, like different colored walls.
I took a couple pictures there because I was like, I might just submit this to r/liminal spaces or something. I haven't done that yet, but just to be like, hey, this looks like a liminal, like this looks like a place clip into. But I gotta say, I saw your cosplay photos as Bocchi. They look really good.
Yeah. I mean, I saw, since she is Iowa based, she actually is going to Planet FunkCon in Anime, Iowa, so
cool.
I know, like, if I do, like, I could figure out when the schedule drops and what times will be free, like, I will definitely commission her again. She was so nice.
If I remember correctly, out of my drunken haze for the Love Live meetup, because it's Anime Iowa, they are They are. That is the party con in the Midwest.
Yeah, I
at this
can't
point.
wait. I can't wait.
I think we bought more alcohol than we drank ourselves. I'm not gonna lie. I know we're kind of mixing content.
And we're not in a food desert, so we can reload.
Yeah, I mean, Anime Iowa, there's like a bar on every street corner. It was like University of Iowa's campus town there.
Right,
yeah,
right.
And also they set up a bar inside the con too, so yeah, we were just buying drinks.
That's my kind of convention right there.
I think they set up a Studio Ghibli themed bar, and I think the drink was the Soot Sprite shot, where it's like an energy drink shot thing. So
nice.
We're gonna run those guys out of money. The way I'm trying to wave this back is one. There's an ice golf there.
Right.
It's on the way.
Yeah, it was on the walk from our hotel to the convention center. Which
I'm not making it to my panels.
That is not a long walk at all. It's literally just like
I know.
down the street.
Yeah, I saw it.
They don't check you. But
so this photographer.
The photographer, I think I probably saw her taking pictures at the meetup. But I just didn't know who she was at the point.
I think I remember it was just you and another cosplayer's boyfriend were the ones taking pictures.
We were taking pictures, but it was at the one before the Love Live one.
I think it was Demon Slayer, right?
Yeah, the Demon Slayer one. She was there taking pictures.
Hey, let me ask you this: would you want to do like a Lupin group cosplay with her?
Oh hell yeah! Maybe. And I am planning to bring Goemon to Planet Funk Con because I did see wood weapons are allowed there, so I was gonna figure out how to attach Goemon's sword to my hip.
Right, and I mean, Heather loves her Zenigata costume, and I love my Lupin. So...
I like how my Jingen costume only cost me maybe $30-$40.
Oh yeah, because it was when Spirit Halloween was still open when we were putting together your Jingen cosplay, so we just went there, found a hat that looks like Jingen.
And then I bought a sport coat for maybe $40.
Other than Goemon, it is not hard to cosplay these characters.
Yeah, I mean, I just had to go on AliExpress, find a Goemon cosplay, and there's one for maybe $50-$60.
So can I say two more things about the Peoria QuadCon?
Yeah, do it.
Okay, so first...
I still have a few things to say, too.
Okay, so first, after the cosplay contest was done, a couple of, I think 3 teenage to kids won the cash prizes.
I think it was 3 brothers, I think, because all 3 kids looked exactly the same. They were dressed as 80s movies.
Yeah.
There was Marty McFly from Back to the Future.
It was...
And one of the Ghostbusters.
Yeah, one of the Ghostbusters.
And then I think it was one of the Demon Slayer guys.
Let's hope they didn't cross streams.
So it was just 2 80s movies and 1 weeb brother.
Yeah.
That's usually how things work.
So after that cosplay contest happened, they took us on a little parade through the rest of the con, which was in this home stuff. Most of it was in this home stuff area.
Yeah.
And once the parade kind of fizzled out, we went back to shopping. 2, I got another legendary con pull from one of these quad con. The first one in Champaign, I got that book of the Book of Lost Tales from one of those those 40s Pulp Fiction things. This time I got a DVD collection of Buster Keaton movies. Now it's not the famous Buster Keaton movies like The General or anything. It's a lot of it's kind of his later stuff when they was actually doing sound films, but I watched them and it really were good. Yeah, they were really worth the money. So I just wanted to
not even really that much for
$10.
Damn.
Yeah, $10. And it was another legendary pull. Hell, I paid more for the
pulp novel.
The pulp novel than I did for this this DVD collection of Buster Keaton. What are you doing?
Caressing my diploma.
Why?
I'm drunk.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one of these steins I got for Steven for Christmas a couple years ago, and
it's different, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm on my second stein full of rum and coke now.
Big boy.
Sorry, my pours have been more sake than club soda. So
you wanted to say something about QuadCon before we move on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh, both of you did.
Say
I can say what I mean, mine's probably pretty quick. Your boy's been kind of strapped for cash for a little bit. Thanks to Grandmama giving for getting my birthday and graduation. I got a little bit of an extra payday, which if my family ever does see this, and I'll tell her to her face anyway. Grandma, I did use her money to pay my rent and to pay some other bills. I'm caught up on my credit card debt. Thank Christ. Thank you, Grandma. I love you. But I didn't have that money back then. But I did enjoy the atmosphere. It was very nice, and being the stuff guy.
I was going to say, Steven's main role during that convention was kind of watching our stuff as we were up there doing our little show.
I did a couple during that photo shoot. I did a couple shots that was just me, like.
Oh yeah, she also brought my guitar, right?
Yeah, I brought Steven's knockoff Les Paul for the Bocce shoot.
It's still in that bag next to the guitars.
Yeah. Did you ever get that strap fixed?
During the photo shoot when I did, like, I had a couple shots that were just me in the Kasoku band shirt and the guitar, and I went to put the guitar back in its case and do some, like, just guitar in its case shots. And then one of the, because I accidentally threw this in the case for my acoustic bass that I bought for very cheap off of Amazon. And then the strap broke.
Oh, yeah, I remember that, but
this is where me being an Eagle Scout comes in handy, where I tried to not to send shit off. Like, okay, have fun.
Put his Boy Scout skills to good use.
Yep.
I mean, if Wade turns around, you can see the bass that it was supposed to be in. Look at all the stickers on the damn thing.
Yeah, my acoustic bass, I've decided I'm just gonna buy a sticker at every single con I go to and just cover the thing in anime stickers.
If you want to, you can do the same thing with my acoustic guitar.
Yeah, but
the blue extra.
I like.
You know what? Do it with the classical guitar. The classical guitar is the same about.
There's a little Nagisa sticker on there.
Yeah, I got that at Inked.
Oh, cool.
Like that's also where I got the Haruhi sticker on Steven's laptop.
Right. Well, they look like similar art.
Isn't that also where we got the Boku no Pico Survivor sticker?
That's on.
No. That was in Pure. That was the last Zing we went to.
Oh, wait, I never went to Zing.
Zap, the last Zap we went to.
Okay.
So 24.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you have anything else to say about QuadCon?
And I'll just say that the haul I got was the Nico figure. I also got a Mai from Bunny Girl Senpai figure for $35. There's one booth that had just had a bunch of anime figures, and I saw there was Mai from Bunny Girl Senpai, and figured, since I got paid that week, I'll just splurge and get her.
So I got the Buster Keaton DVDs, and I got a Ruby from Love Light Sunshine.
Was that her
figure.
Casual outfit?
Yeah, the casual outfit.
Oh yeah, I remember that conversation while Hannah was taking pictures. Wait, I was talking about. Oh yeah, you know these figures you can actually look up their skirts, right?
and then I must have been hungover or something because I looked up at it immediately. And I was like, "You son of a bitch! You trapped me." Which, by the way, yes, all of them have the fucking panties.
I mean, you can look up Haruhi's thing. It's swimsuit though, but yeah.
And then the other things I got were just some.
There is a little skirt there.
The other things I got were just some Weiss Schwartz cards, since I just collect those as my Magic tokens, even though we haven't played Magic in so long.
And then
I got a set of Chainsaw Man cards and another set of Rayview Starlight cards.
Oh, that's right, you did get Rayview Starlight.
And then
I got a duplicate card from the last con we went to. That's the one of Karin and Mahiru cuddling.
Right.
And then Hannah was very nice enough to get me a Magic the Gathering Foundations pack, which actually did give me a card off of my knock list for my competitive deck, so that was very nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah, if you want to see any of the Bocce photo shoot, I have the ones, at least, I mean, there was one that I didn't like based on the face I was making in it, but yeah, I did post most of the pictures on my Instagram, Mothman's Milkman. I even have one of them as a pinned one.
Cool.
Yeah. If you guys want more, if you guys are on Instagram, follow her. She's basically the social media for this podcast. She is in our link tree, as well as my Twitter, but beware of following my Twitter. Just beware. Because
Steven's too busy and I'm too crazy to be the social media manager.
Oh yeah, speaking of cons we're going to go to this summer, I just remembered Con Peoria Civic Center, because I was scrolling through my phone gallery and remembered Kurt Angle's going to be at the one in Peoria.
Right. Hell yeah.
July 19th, which is Steven's brother's birthday.
Yeah, my little brother's birthday, but generally, I mean, we haven't even done my birthday celebration with the family yet, but, I mean... I mean, I kind of just counted that when we went up to.
So, do we have anything else that we want to say about QuadCon before we move on?
I think I've said my thing.
QuadCon was definitely 100 out of 10 would go again.
Mixed media May, I will get more photos from you.
Yep, and thank you for your...
Except our money.
Yeah, I'll just have to figure out what days I'm available for Planet FunkCon in Anime, Iowa.
Yep, thank you for your service. We will see you at Planet FunkCon, but for now, QuadCon Peoria was a major success. Now, let's move to the show that I have been waiting to talk about all day. UICon 2025.
Hell yeah.
Back and better than ever. So we went to the inaugural UICon back in 2024. Same weekend, like the first weekend of March. It was a really, really good con. I mean, I know we've sometimes bitched about what happened at Waifu Wars. Small potatoes. Hell, the guy who hosts UICon said that's like
he used our Waifu Wars for advertising material.
Yeah, so it's like it's all a matter of perspective there. But UICon 2025 could not have been better. It was probably my favorite convention that I've been to, probably maybe in the past year, honestly. I mean, because you kind of hype these things up in your mind, right? Like these different conventions. It's kind of like what Steven was talking about with Nozaki-kun, about how you hype things up and then they don't live up to expectations and then you're disappointed. UICon had we had no issues. Really, no issues.
Especially Saturday of the con, we were just back to back to back to back panels.
God,
we were on fire that day.
The only inconvenience of that con was the registration line was super long. That we got scared we weren't going to make it to our first panel, which was our
made up of the skin of our ball
debut of our Lupin panel.
Made up of the skin of our balls.
Yeah. What happened was, so we land at University of Illinois.
11 something.
We get hotel parking because we were going to stay in the Illini Center Hotel.
We the Union Hotel.
Yeah, the
Union.
Yeah, very beautiful. The popcorn is very tempting.
Yeah, it's honestly, for what you could have gotten for like a university-run hotel, it's honestly a cut above.
Yeah.
For what?
Also sounds like it's really cheap too to stay there.
Yeah. Well, then again, we were only staying the one night. But even then, if we had stayed like the whole night, it'd probably be like half of what we spend at like the Hyatt Regency. Yeah. So yeah,
it's also like a 45-minute drive there anyway.
Yeah, it's a perfect convention for us. And the thing is, so we land, we get into the registration line. It's super long, but then what does UICon do?
It's like eventually somebody comes up there and says, "If you're pre-reg, like paying with card, come over here."
Yeah, it's like guess what they did? They fixed the fucking problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they really had enough those everyone probably knows if you go to like a baseball or soccer or football game from an American perspective, or if you're watching this from the European Union. One, hi. Second, for your European football games where they have like those metal posts that have like tape that comes out of them. Yeah, they didn't have enough of those, and I noticed a lot of them were like COVID things. They said stay 6 feet apart.
No
one was following those.
And so, but we get waved through. Actually, one of the girls up in the registration line was super funny because she was like, "If you have cash, come here. If you have card, go." Something like that. You remember her?
Oh, God, yeah. So many people were paying with cash that anyone paying with card felt like they were in pre-reg. That's what.
Yeah.
Which, funny enough, after me and Steven had already pre-reg, so once we got scanned and went through and we got to the point where it was that one table that had the Sharpies were writing our name on our badges, there's some like old man there, and it's like he saw my Nico eat a bag and said, "Hey, so you're a Love Life fan. I love Nico." Or I think he said something like, "Nozomi was my girl."
Oh.
Based.
Yeah, I Heather pointed me out to him, and I said, gave him a quick like thumbs up. He seemed like a really, really sweet gentleman. But I always love that moment in the registration line when everything goes well. Like the second you make it past that computer and you're at the lanyard stage, you can breathe a sigh of relief. It's like all the paperwork went through, the payment went through. We are good. We can get started.
I also have to love the very moment we walked into the con, that one guy that was like right above us in our pre-reg line, he instantly recognized me as Shizuku.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was cosplaying Shizuku from Love Live Nijigasaki, and yeah, she's got the dude. He was dressed as Kiryu from Yakuza.
Oh, that dude. Yeah, that dude was cool. That guy was cool.
We ran into a lot of cool people at UICon.
I will say the funniest thing was we were walking around with our Nezos because we couldn't put our stuff down for the longest time.
Yeah, because our first panel was at noon, and we couldn't check into our hotel until 3, so we were carrying all our stuff with us.
Yeah, and the guy came up to us like saying, "Why are you guys already carrying merch? Did you guys go in the store yet? Go into the vendor's hall?" Yeah, I'm like, "Yeah, we haven't gone to the vendor's hall. We just bought the stuff from home."
We literally just got here.
Oh yeah, somebody else guess why we have Nessos.
Yeah, he's like, "Why are you guys carrying around Nessos if you guys didn't buy it from the vendor's hall?" I'm like, "Boy."
First of all,
shush. Second of all...
Well, first of all, the Shizuku Nezo and the Kasumi box were part of Hannah's cosplay. And 2 of those were mine, which were the Yo and the Hanyo, which I brought. And we only brought those Nezos because we were doing the Love Live meetup after our Lupin... We'll get to our Lupin panel in a second. But we were doing the Love Live meetup, and we wanted... It was my idea to have, like, one girl from each...
series?
Each series. So we had Hanyo, we had Yo, we had...
Shizuku.
And we had Kinako.
Yeah.
Which was Hannah who brought Kinako.
We're going to pause because Hannah, nor I, nor Wei, nor Heather own anything from Hasu. And if we try to find it, it's either out of our price range at Surigaya, out of our price range on AliExpress, or none of the vendors carry it in the main conventions that we frequent.
Someone brought a Hazu Nezo to that Love Live meetup at Magic, didn't they? Like the orange-haired girl with the little...
Oh, yeah, they did. Yeah.
I mean, we don't own it, so we couldn't have used it, but I was just saying...
But someone at least brought it, but I was just going to say that we didn't have it for ours. But yeah, it was I guess we're going to talk Love Live meetup first. That was a very nice one. Shout out to...
Well, don't forget the Lupin panel.
Yeah, I know, but we already started with Love Live.
Okay,
so
let's
carry it and roll with it.
So we're going to do this memento style. Tell it out of order.
Mementos?
so anyway. So after our Lupin panel, which went well, spoiler alert.
Oh yeah, we had the Love Live meetup.
Yeah, the Love Live meetup. We were talking about the Nezos.
I was going to say, shout out to designated Kikiru driver, Ted, whomever they want to be called. Thank you for taking the several pictures of Heather and Hannah. Yeah. Very much appreciative.
You were super cool. I'm sorry I didn't remember you from last year.
I guess you were shitter-shattered last year when you met them.
Yeah, I was shitter-shattered, but it's not like this year was an improvement.
I remember us doing all of our panels at UICon last year, and then Ted and the server like, oh yeah, that was me as the other Kikuri.
Oh, right. But, so yeah, the Love Live meetup, we didn't draw quite the same crowd we got last year, but it was a super chill meetup. You know what I mean?
Yeah. During the whole panel I was going through, it's just playing a song from every group.
Yeah, we had a Guilty Kiss song, we had...
Like a Muse group or subgroup, then Aqua, Niji, Liela, then continuing the cycle, because, I mean, we didn't really have any Hasu representation there.
Yeah.
And then eventually, to the very end of the meetup, I decided to play Snow Halation at the very end. And then that's when the mascot of U of I... It's like, I don't know the name of the mascot, or some bird that came over there and... Well, I was playing Snow Halation. The bird mascot came up and just started dancing along.
Yeah, you taught the U of I mascot Snow Halation.
Speaking of that space, I know this is like very much later into the night where I'm remembering this, because I know this is like right before our 18 plus panels, but I went back down there at one point in the night to get myself a water, and there was this dude playing the acoustic guitar down there. Sorry, I know she mentioned the Redbird, not the Redbird. Oh god, I'm gonna get killed for that. The basement area where where they had because how it's structured is the main level has the vendors hall and the access to
like Con Suite and all that stuff.
And all that stuff. And then the lower level had where they put the meetups, and then the upper level where they had the panels.
Yeah. Basement meetup where they had the meetups as like a stage area.
Yeah, like the downstairs stage. But I was walking to go get water down there because, you know, I can't sprint alcohol at the marathon. And so I was getting myself some water. And this dude was playing Wonderwall on the guitar when I was going by one way. And then the other way he was playing the same song but just doing meows instead.
Meow, meow.
Like, you got
meow.
spirited away.
I was like, what the fuck? Like, I saw people filming it for TikTok, and they probably just saw my face going, what the fuck was that?
You ran into Liam Gallagher.
But shout out to that dude. That dude was just having the time of his life down there.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
But continuing on, I guess we'll backtrack just a tad bit from Love Life meetup to Lupin panel.
I thought it went great. I thought it was fun.
It was our debut. Of
yeah,
that
the
panel.
debut of that panel. We actually, which funny enough, the Lupin that we ran into in line. I guess he must have been pre-reg because him and I guess his girlfriend showed up to the panel.
His girlfriend was dressed up as Fujiko.
Girlfriend,
Right.
partner, friend.
Whatever.
Some girl that was with him was dressed up as Fujiko.
Whatever it was, I mean, they probably have a closer relationship than Lupin and Fujiko have. So,
Yeah.
But anyway, that panel went well. I mean, we basically just talked about the stuff from Lupin that we liked and the
Yeah,
stuff.
just talked about like Monkey Punch, like the origins of like how the characters were created, and then just talked about the Lupin properties that we've seen.
Yeah, like Castle Cagliostro, the first season,
the Gold of Babylon, and
which was funny because the Gold of Babylon I think was the only one that we really shit talked, and the Lupin. Well, I'm just going to call them the Lupin couple. The Lupin couple were nodding along with us.
Yeah. So I remember somebody after asked me if I had seen Goemon's Blood Spray and Jigen's Gravestone, because apparently the movie that's coming out this year is going to be in like that art style.
I have one of those movies. I bought it at AMKE this year. I just don't know which. Like off the top.
You have the Fujiko one and
the
other
Fujiko
two,
show.
right?
Oh, yeah, a woman called Fujiko Mine.
Yeah, I've got that.
I just feel say that show gives Fujiko a lot more development.
Yeah.
Besides just being the hot girl that gets undermined.
Well,
yeah, she has development instead of development.
Yeah. Well, I will say real quick before we move on, I've never seen Fujiko just as like the sexualized like hot girl. She's got a lot of funny stuff going for her, and she's
a lot less James Bond side piece, more Laura Croft.
Yeah.
Sorry, the sake bottle's empty.
Or
and
like one of the Indiana Jones girls,
Yeah.
like Elsa Schneider from Last Crusade or something.
Yeah.
Not like Kate Capshaw. But
was that like the most recent one?
No. That was Temple of Doom.
Temple of Doom. I was saying, did you reference the Aliens movie?
No. And that's not even the most recent one. But
Oh yeah, speaking of UI, the UICon, I was just going through my photos and remembered my first vendors hall pick of the day was when like me and Steven went to the vendors instead of artist area, which was only like 3 or so booths.
Oh, I still have a story from that too.
There was one booth. They had a figure of Kikuri from Bocchi the Rock, which I really had to buy on impulse.
Oh yeah, I pointed that
$35.
one out to you.
Yeah. She was only one of 2 figures they had there, which I bought, and then Ted from the server bought the other
That's
one.
my story.
Yeah, the other Kikuri cosplayer.
And now it's sitting on their
Haruhi shrine table.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I found out looking up the skirt of that, Kikuri wears red panties.
How about that?
Yeah.
Um,
I sent that to the server, and then Breadcrime said, BRB, gotta update my cosplay.
Oh, we got more stories. We got more stories with Bread Crime and that crew coming up soon.
So, and I can't wait to hear them. But moving on, so right after the Love Live meetup, we then had
to go all ages to our Miyazaki panel.
We went straight. Well, to be fair,
the main events area was just
there's our one main events room panel.
Well, I think they wanted us in there because it was a Miyazaki event.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah.
Hey,
It was such a big room that it like we couldn't do like our normal bag of tricks for like panel setup, which was okay. I mean, the audio guy was great. Like
which I think the main events room was the only room with mics.
Yeah, exactly. And
for our other panel rooms, we just had to project.
Yeah, I will say that the acoustics in those other rooms worked well.
I mean, to be fair, those are like classrooms. So.
Yeah. But anyway, so in the main events room, we did our revamped Miyazaki Studio Ghibli panel.
Did we have a slide about Boy and the Heron?
Yeah, we did. And that panel went good. Not really a whole lot of like funny reactions
didn't
or
really
anything.
have much talk from the audience of that one.
Yeah, the panel went well.
Yeah.
I mean, we had good audience retention and everything. What happened afterwards was more tricky because we were trying to time it right. So panel
right after the Lupin panels when we had to check into our room. We had like an hour between.
No, the Miyazaki panel. Miyazaki panel runs from 2 to 3. 3 o'clock we have. Technically, check-in is at 4, but we're trying to time it right that we're just close enough to 4 that they will just let us through. Yeah. And so we spent about a half hour in artist and vendors, and I think
that's where I got the Kikuri figure.
That's where you got the Kikuri. Heather bought some more stickers for a sticker book. I didn't really see anything that I really, really wanted. I mean, I recognize some of the vendors from last year, so... I mean, I'm glad that they were all doing well. I dropped a couple of bucks here and there as like donations and everything. Nothing major. But yeah, then 3:30 rolls around and it's like, okay, let's reconvene. Let's see if we can't get into our room. And guess what? They let us in.
Yeah.
We got into the room. And so, they check us in. They give us room keys. We go back to the car.
We're finally able to set our stuff down.
Yeah, we're able to set our stuff down. We're able to have a few opening drinks. You know what I mean? Because the panel that we had to go to
Angst and Regret.
Yeah, we had to go straight from checking into the room, which would have been around 3:30, to Angst and Regret, which was at 4 o'clock in panel room 1. That was a Steven-led panel, and Steven...
He did such a great job at it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I always love going to... I just love going to Angst and Regret just to see the reactions.
Oh,
folks.
Angst and Regret is definitely a favorite of mine just because of the reactions that people
we
get.
should probably update that one, maybe add some more to it.
Either add some more, maybe, if I ever get quick mouth with it.
So
I feel like after we took Elfin Lead off of that one... Then people always talk about Elfin Lead. It's like, why don't you have Elfin Lead on there?
Yeah, I think we should put that one back on there, if I'm being honest.
We can probably just adjust that for the SummerCon schedule, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
But with Angst and Regret, at UICon, this is my funny story. I want these guys to tell funny stories as well. But my funny story was, Steven brought up something that I had never noticed about Dream Eater Mary, and that Engi 3-piece, her pupils are actually in the shape of triangles. And I actually was like, bullshit. And I got up out my chair and I went to the front row and I was like, oh my God. That's where I got that picture of Steven hosting Steven was talking,
Yeah, it's like, I saw you standing by with your phone out and just noticed you were taking pictures, so I just did my default pose of doing the peace signs.
Yeah. And the reason I did that was because I couldn't believe that, I mean, I had only seen the show once, but I was like, fuck. I had never noticed that before. I will say, we got a couple people who remembered.
Yeah, I think
like 2 or 3 there that actually had actually seen Dream Eater Mary.
I will say, now doing this panel enough times whenever I bring up Dream Eater Mary at the end.
I think the record is like 5.
The record is 5, but the average is always 2.
There's always a couple.
There's always 2
who have seen that show.
And I will say the reason I love having Angst and Regret and doing that is to be able to see weeds right around my age.
Yeah,
my age, maybe a little bit older, because I know a lot of people like say like Wolf's Rain should be in that. I'm like, I don't want to include Wolf's Rain in that. But
wait, what show?
Wolf's Rain.
Oh, Wolf's Rain
and Angst and Regret. I'm like,
yeah, I know you love that show, but just for me, I just like. Everything was for nothing in that show.
Whenever we're separate from you, Wolf's Rain's always brought up.
Yeah,
if you want to throw it in, I got your ass on Tokyo Ghoul. You can get mine on Wolf's Rain.
Whenever we do Anna Music, when Steven does that slide about what shows were saved by the OST, Wolf's Rain is my answer for that, just because I love the OP song for that.
The OP is really good.
But yeah, I hated the ending of Wolf's Rain.
I mean,
everybody fucking dies.
Yeah,
everything was for nothing.
It's depressing. But if you want to put it in Angst and Regret, if you think it'll enhance the panel,
I'm gonna pause the session now. If we want to do it and we want to have a meeting before we do our summer cons, before that lifts off, we have a meeting about what we doing some panels. Coach should do it.
Okay. I mean,
and then we'll talk about that then. But UICon.
Let me check. Was Angst and Regret submitted for?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was submitted
I
for
put it
Planet
in
Funk
for all.
Con.
I put it in for all three.
Did you say Planet Fuck-Con?
Funk.
It sounded like you said
For the
Fuck-Con.
Renegades Funk. For the Renegades Funk.
Funk soul, bro.
Anyway, back to UICon. That three-piece thing. Yeah, once I found out it was okay. So the reason why I made the triangle connection with her is because I've seen the show exactly twice.
Okay.
Once back when I was like maybe I kind of want to say 13, 14, and then because
Thomas showed it to you, didn't he?
my gateway anime was Haruhi, and then the second one after that was Dream Eater Mary. I was fucked from the beginning, kids. That's
Speaking of Haruhi Suzumiya, I got my Haruhi cosplay yesterday morning, and I finally tried it on today. So I'm going to wear it to Planet Funk Con because Wendy Lee is a guest there.
Yep. Not only is she the voice of Faye
Haruhi.
Valentine, she is
Faye Valentine, Haruhi, Konata from Lucky Stars.
she's basically everywhere, folks. She's like the good Aya
and she's
Hirano.
also Silent Shizuka from Outlaw Star, which I saw on that picture that they had of her advertising her for Planet Funk Con.
Right? Yeah. She's been in. She's been in a lot of my favorite shows. But
which, to be sad thing, I don't know where my Outlaw Star shirt went. I used to have an Outlaw Star t-shirt, but I can't find it anywhere. I think maybe during one of my moves that lost it during that.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But so I'll say, were there any good reactions from UICon? Angst and regret, because the one that I remember
every time we open with Sword Art Online, we get people. We get that general scream, and we get that general and I know it's going to be a good panel because that's how I can judge a panel. Because if people try to defend Sword Art Online by saying hey, I know it's going to be a funny panel.
Yeah.
But people say and then okay, this is going to be a nice chill.
Let me tell you, starting with Sword Art Online is the best move because it sets the tone of what this panel.
That's the litmus test.
It sets the tone for what this panel is going to be. When they see Sword Art,
it's like starting off like a Three Doors Down concert with Nickelback.
Right? Yeah.
Even though the opposite would be true most of the time.
It's like everyone knows it clicks exactly what this panel is going to be about. I would say that we had pretty good reaction across the board. We didn't even really get that much pushback on Howl's Moving Castle.
I know Howl's Moving Castle. I told everyone was going to be the break, which I like how whenever we hit Howl's Moving Castle's hand, it takes most of my lines away from me and that thing. She's welcome to yap, but I always tell people I always want the first thing to be telling us people this is the break from the iceberg panel. This is the moment where we think the Titanic's going to float for a little bit.
I noticed as soon as Howl's Moving Castle comes out, I'd immediately just shout, "Hear us out! Hear us out!"
The funny thing was, we didn't actually have to say it that much in that one, but she just fucking projected that thing as hard as she could.
We project, even though I don't really have a loud voice at all.
When you get drunk, you do.
Did we take... No, that's good. No, that's good.
It's very good. It's very funny.
Did we take Death Note out?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you did.
Yes, because Death Note is actually what people actually... What I've noticed from, especially whenever you were doing your own thing with someone else at the cons, whenever we do Death Note, it actually would derail, and I would never actually be able to get to school days, which is actually near the end of the panel.
Okay.
We probably should add it back in.
We could, but I don't really feel comfortable because mainly 2/3 of it was good, and there's universal praise for it.
And funny enough, at AMKE, the Japanese voice actor from Mello, which is from the bad side of the Death Note anime, was actually there when I went to his panel.
I remember it was at last year's AMKE when I was with y'all. We were talking about Death Note in Angst and Regret panel, and we were like, all right, how many people like Death Note? How many people have seen Death Note cosplayers at a convention? And I asked, how many of them have been a Nier or a Mellow cosplayer? Hands pretty much universally went down.
Yeah, the entire... Okay, I'm a little bit behind the scenes here. The entire reason why I took the Death Note slide out was because that would monopolize the panel.
That's
for
fair.
most of it. And I want to get through all the prepared material because I want to have enough time for people to shout their stuff,
Sure.
For example, at the end of UICon, we barely had maybe 5 minutes, and that's why I threw out was the one show that I actually do regret watching called Rosario the Vampire.
Oh, right.
The manga, beautiful. The show, ugh.
Okay, let me just say this. It's your panel. You have final cut authority over it. I will give suggestions, but ultimately it's your call.
I mean,
It's your party. You'll cry if you want to.
I will cry. But I am going to say, maybe Elf and Lita can probably say, because normally we put angst and regret for 13 plus, so that way the younger generation can know what we went through with our cringe.
Sure.
And also so I can yell at them for their cringe, which I put at the very end of the panel, which I think is funny as shit.
Which is Rent a Girlfriend.
Rent a Girlfriend, 100 Girlfriends, and then Ishoka Tensei.
Oh,
Mushoku
you
Tensei.
went off on, like, the different fetishes that were featured in 100 Girlfriends. That really
The 100 Girlfriends
Yeah,
is really
that's
just how many fetishes can I list in
the
one
reason
show?
I added 100 Girlfriends to the current cringe thing is because I accidentally ended up on the 100 Girlfriends who really, really, really love you characters page on Wikipedia. I think by the time I went to Girlfriend 20-something, it's just like...
Okay,
I hate my life. I hate that this exists.
And I will say, I think we took this to Nebraska.
Yeah.
We did take it to Nebraska.
I think there was that one person there that had watched all of those shows with their mom.
Yeah. Well, they watched 100 Girlfriends with their mom. Which, first off,
why?
the cojones on that person.
I like to imagine
The cojones on that Benahil.
I like to imagine that an actual line that the protagonist of 100 Girlfriends would legitimately say, "She got a big booty, so I call her Big Booty."
But I will say that I would love to have continue the conversation more, but we had to give way to like some type of card, some type of like manipulation of some type of drunk game. But but
was that the panel that was in after us?
Yeah, the panel that was in after us. We had to give way, and I said, "Hey, talk to me outside."
Yeah, I feel like a discussion portion of Angst and Regret could legitimately go an extra hour.
Yeah, then right after Angst and Regret, we had to go over to my panel, which was Lost but Found Media.
Yeah,
was our one panel that was in panel room 2.
So finishing my story from last guy, they told me that the reason why the protagonist has to have his like 100 girlfriend harem is because this guy prayed to God saying, "I want to have a girlfriend," and God said, "Bet times 100."
Sounds like something out of the 10 plagues.
Yeah, like
the Book of Job or something.
God decided to say, "Hey, here's my next Job," and went for it.
Yeah, here's my next Job. Job, if he was an absolute gooner.
yeah, that's all I want to say. But next, right after Angst and Regret was the Lost but Found Media at UICon, I believe, right?
Yep.
Which is another one where our projector wasn't working for it, so we had like 10 minutes of just technical difficulties.
So fortunately, we got to that room early, so we were able to get people. The
funny thing is, I think about getting to that room early was because Wade had to run to the hotel room to get his computer, and I was like it's getting to 5 minutes before. Do you think I just hang on my computer with this?
Our panel room had filled up by that
That's
time.
the thing. So let me just say real quick. This panel room. So there were 2 panel rooms at UICon. There was room 1 and room 2. Room 1
was like a fucking ballroom.
It was like a ballroom. It was longer than it was
I
wide.
think room 1 was like a partition room because I got some little partitions off the side.
Yeah.
Which the stage we were on was actually a stage in the main events room.
Nice, yes.
Then,
free run for 2026.
Nice. And then panel room 1 was like a big classroom style room.
Big classroom kind of area. And then room 2 was like a room that couldn't have been bigger than like a third of the size.
Yeah, it probably looked like a real classroom where there were probably just a few desks and then...
Yeah, they cleared it out and put these rows of chairs. But Hannah filled that room to capacity. Like, there were people...
standing room. It was standing room.
Yeah, it was standing room only by the end of it.
Yeah, we were waiting for you to come by and I just kept telling the crowd, we are going to have this panel, just waiting for our main computer to come in.
And then I came in and thought it was going to be an easy hookup, and then we had...
and then the projector was off.
Yeah, just off, but fortunately...
We just kept molesting the power button, and then it turned on.
Yeah,
that's literally how it got fixed. Mic just saying, we are going to have this panel, we're having technical difficulties right now.
I will say...
We will have this panel.
I will say, with the efficiency that we put that panel on, we did actually have 10 minutes to spare at the end.
We did.
Which I think is a very good testament to Hannah as a presenter, and
which I think I have kind of streamlined what I have to say compared to what's already on the screen.
That's good. That's good instinct.
I kind of have had my teacher mode of just have like what people need to actually take notes on the slide and just only say what I need to say.
Things I assume professors could actually fucking be learnt on.
Learned on.
I'm gaining my teacher knowledge.
But so yeah, we get the projector going. We didn't even need ConOps' help, but ConOps came in anyway.
I was the one
I think
who
it was
actually,
like by the time we actually figured out the problem, ConOps came in.
Yeah, because I guess because I was the one who went to ConOps, and ConOps came back to me with the room, and then they called the people who were supposed to be the projector ops. And then by the time projector ops came in, we figured it out.
Yeah, it was strange, but I know those guys would have helped us out, so I don't even put this on them at all.
It really was just basic IT. Turn it off and then unplug it and plug it back in.
It was such a basic. But we thought it was the fucking cart that was dead because it had these like plugins.
No, and then because my phone was about to die anyway, I plugged my phone. I'm like, no, the electricity goes through.
That was a good call. Doing that kind of test on it. But anyway, we get the projector going, and then Hannah got to give her panel about the lost media. What were your favorite reactions from that panel?
And I feel like the Doraemon British MTV dub gets a lot of good reaction.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't read this. It's in Japanese.
Yeah, that's pretty.
That actually killed me. I'm not gonna lie.
The Girl's Book of Knitting.
I almost spit out socket all over my fucking laptop there.
Also the video mods SpongeBob one.
Which is funny because
go ahead.
Because on the way down we were listening to Dude Ranch by Blink 182. So
I was gonna say that one always seems to get the most reactions, and I think people feel like no way this.
Oh
happened.
yeah, I was standing out in the crowd. They were everyone was kind of. I could tell like the American kids were like laughing along, and then because you have to remember U of I is like a huge international
there's
school.
a lot of Chinese and
Japanese,
Asian audience.
Those guys I could tell were kind of poking left and right. Like, what is this? But they were kind of chuckling at it too.
I think they were laughing at the absurdity, and we were laughing at like the holy shit this actually happened.
Yeah,
There's one guy. He's some Southeast Asian, I couldn't tell which country, but he was there at all of our panels.
Oh yeah, he sure was. I mean,
yeah, no, I remember at the Love. I'm backtracking a little bit. I did actually tell a guy, I said, "Hey, these are the panels that we are doing at this con. If you want to see us, these are the ones that we're doing."
And he was there.
He was there. This boy was there.
Did not miss a beat.
Your boy did advertising right.
Good job because I saw him too.
If you're the guy, if it's you that's commenting on all our posts, we love you.
Yeah. When you go back home for the summer, give us a shout over in whatever your home country is. Let them know.
If you put us out on Billy, I will be very confused, and two, thank you.
Or Nico, wherever you're from.
Yeah, but anyway, so Lost Media. Any I know Doraemon, the video mods. Any others that you remembered having specific reactions?
And I think those two were the stand. I mean, the biblical Subway commercial always gets a good reaction.
That's a fun one. I really like that you threw a silent film in there. I know you didn't like the
Amazonas.
Yeah, the Amazonas.
I think I stole that one just for the drama of the director's partner stole the film from him and sold it in Britain. And then it ended up getting found because a museum realized the film was mislabeled as an American film from a couple years earlier.
And I will credit you because I think because of you, I really learned how those reels were stored. If they weren't in a cold temperature, they just rot.
Yeah,
almost immediately.
So I'm able to Prague.
Yeah, so I was able to tell people, hey, because of the way film was stored, if it was stored in a humid climate, it would just fuck itself. But if it was stored in a cold climate, like the Nordic countries, it'd be fine.
First of all, thank you, and second of all, one of the biggest lost media finds of all time was the
Joan of Arc,
the Passion of Joan of Arc. That film only exists because it was stored in the basement of a insane asylum in Norway. So it's the perfect conditions.
I think that's the example I always bring up because it's the one I remember you telling me about.
Yeah.
Speaking of lost media finds, I know I think it was Friday, so 2 days ago at the time of recording this, the Family Guy pilot has been found, which I have not watched it yet. It is still in my watch later, but...
Are you going to put it in your panel for the summer swing?
Probably.
Okay.
I know all of my Lost Media YouTubers are covering it now, but...
I know it's...
Yeah, I still need to watch it, but it is in my watch later. I will watch it.
I know this is your panel, and you have ultimate final cut authority, as Steven does. But if I could suggest something that you could put in there...
Yeah.
If you could put in... because recently, the original audio from Shrek,
Ooh.
where Chris Farley was the... famously...
Yeah.
Chris Farley...
Is it like the whole film or just that one scene that's always been going around?
I think... I don't know if the whole film has been released.
I know there's like one scene like Shrek just kind of laying on a rock, just kind of complaining about his life, or that's been found for like a couple years.
Yeah. If I could make a pitch, that would be like a piece of Lost Media that I would put in there if I were you.
Yeah.
But it's...
I do know one that's Shrek Lost Media that's been going around lately is I think it's the I Feel Good is what they...
Is that like the original animatic?
Yeah, there's like some animatic where it's set to I Feel Good by James Brown.
Right.
It's like Shrek's like beating up some guard guy.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
I heard about that.
Yeah. I don't know if it's Chris Farley or Mike Myers, or I know it's like some like original animation test.
If it was an original animation test,
Was Chris Farley.
it was probably Chris.
I know it was the original art style.
Because when
It
DreamWorks...
looks like more ogre-y.
Because when DreamWorks was created back in '96, Shrek was going to be like one of their first animation projects.
Shrek was the punishment, where if you failed on your Prince of Egypt things, you were set to work on Shrek.
But hey, guess what? Nerd Jeffrey Katzenberg. Both films were bangers.
Yeah.
So, it's like I like how Jeffrey Katzenberg created DreamWorks to spite Disney, and literally no one gives a fuck about that. They just love the movies that they make. It's like, oh sure, nerd.
I love how that woman that played Moses' mom in the very beginning of Prince of Egypt, where I forget her name, but she was like a popular Israeli singer at the time, where apparently Jeffrey Katzenberg based the character off of her just because she was really hot.
Yes.
If I can do a little side
Oh
thing.
yeah, go ahead. Let's keep talking about you, Icon. Here.
First we'll get back to you, Kai. But I will say there was one gentleman who came to everyone who had a very thick, I want to say Chinese accent. I could be very, very wrong in it, but I know it's Asian accent.
Yeah, some Asian accent.
He did actually give me a brain challenge, which I wasn't expecting at Anime My Parents Walking, because I had to explain cringe.
You had to explain the concept of...
Oh, yeah, you went to the bathroom.
The stuff that gives you the ick.
Yeah, we said that because that's mostly a Western version.
That's fascinating. Hold up. Can we stick a pin in that, and then when we get to anime, when my parents walk it, because I want to hear more.
I mean, we already went past it. I'm coming back to it.
I thought we were doing anime when...
Oh yeah, that would have been like our next panel after.
Yeah. Actually, I'll stick a pin in that. We'll stick a pin in that.
Okay, so anything else you want to say about Lost Media?
No, I think that's about it.
So I'm going to go real fast because there's not really a lot to talk about. We got out of the panel room. We went back to the hotel room to drop our stuff off.
Went to the bar.
Yeah,
had some dinner, had some drinks.
There's like a little Irish pub that's across the street from July Night Union.
One thing in the car bomb. I drank an Irish car bomb the time it took Anna to order food.
Oh yeah, you ordered an Irish
Glug.
car bomb. The waitress told you better drink that now or else it'll curdle. You just chugged it while I was still ordering my food.
Oh yeah, it will curdle. So I had a really good corned beef sandwich and French fries, really good.
Yeah, I both went for the burger.
I had a burger, and I think there was something called like the blue, or it was like the purple Gatorade. They called it.
Yeah, we
some
both had
cocktail
that too.
thing, and it was really good.
I mean, this Irish pub is even more gnarly than the one in Bloomington. This is not that it's a bad place; it's absolutely great service. It's just there's carvings.
It feels like an actual pub.
It feels lived in. It feels super lived in, which is kind of funny because there's.
The only place I can say in Bloomington that actually kind of matches that is Schooners.
Oh yeah, Schooners.
Hannah went there for the first time when I graduated from college.
Cool. What'd you think?
It's pretty good.
Yeah. It's
had to order naked wings. Had to reorder some wings there because oh boy, that was more spicy than she could take. But
Yeah, I ordered the mild wings and they were too spicy for me.
But anyway, this Irish pub, great. Go there every year. Super, super good place. We run back to the room. We had about 2 hours to kill up in the room.
So we drank.
So we drank, and we partied, and we had fun. It was a good time. But then we go down to anime when my parents walk in, and we just Steven, roll on with your story. Take that pin back out.
Pin back out. So a guy in anime when the current anime
anime when my parents
no not that one, the Angst and Regret. I'm sorry, I got age mixed up. Asked me what cringe was, and he was also at the anime my parents walk in. So he asked me, what do you think cringe is, because I'm not exactly getting your thing. I'm getting your definition. I'm like, oh, okay, so I have to actually kind of explain this one.
That's fascinating.
So we had like the most scholarly debate in Angst and Regret I've ever actually had, which I do appreciate. It does get me to center myself, because Westerners gonna run a little bit more with the Western stuff,
How did you describe cringe to him, and how did he react to?
I think what I had to explain to him was when we said the ick.
Uh-huh.
I was like it's like a kind of an anime where when you watch it you thought it was cool, but then you watch it like many, many years later and it gives you secondhand embarrassment, because even the word cringe, I guess I found out in an Asiatic language, doesn't really exist. It's a Western concept, which is fucking news to me. But I guess a lot of assumptions are Westerners. It's gonna happen. So I had to use the word secondhand embarrassment, and then it kind of looked like a light bulb went off in his head. He's like, oh, I get it. So then when he came to anime when my parents walk in, he was having a fucking blast.
You gave him enough cultural context to where he could just let loose at anime when my parents walk in.
I saw the gentleman there. I do not know your name. I do appreciate our conversations for Angst and Regret, and you did give me a good cultural adjustment.
No,
you were great, dude.
No, that's super fascinating to hear. I didn't realize that had happened, but
I appreciate. This is why I like going to anime conventions and colleges.
Oh yeah,
because it'll give me that cultural shake.
It's different people there.
It'll make my explanations more concise. When I go to I can't say normal conventions. When I go to like these like big poster conventions like Magic and Midwest and stuff like that, I can actually explain things a little bit more concise, just in case there are, I guess I can say, kind of a less
multicultural audiences.
Multicultural, yeah, there we go.
No, I love that fact about you, Icon, because I think that like for the Love Live panel and the Love Live meetup both years, most of our audiences have been like the international students.
Yeah.
Like from
probably people that were actually there when Love Live was
absolutely
mainstream in their countries.
But that's so
I know Love Live's popular enough to have a full Asia tour.
Yeah, exactly. So you use the idea of secondhand embarrassment to explain. So he got secondhand embarrassment. I wonder, maybe because
I think if I use the word secondhand embarrassment, because that is exactly what cringe means, if I were to condense it down in 3 words, because the word secondhand embarrassment, that's actually kind of like a more...
Cringe is more of like a colloquialism.
But secondhand embarrassment is like the long version of it. That's
easy to translate. The actual definition, probably.
Yeah, the actual translation. But I think it's really more like the exact kind of translation between the 2 languages if I use the longer version of it. So when he came to anime, my parents walk in, he immediately got it.
So speaking of that, other than our friend who can take his fun new word back to
his home country, I guess.
Hey, watches it blows up into a phrase, and
oh god, I have a third account on Twitter where it's just really just like watching Japanese stuff, and I kind of want to see if that starts being used. If it starts being used, I'm gonna say I fucking win.
It starts saying cringe written out in katakana.
Yes.
Cringe.
Cringu.
Yeah. So, other than that, which probably my favorite story from you, Icon, to be perfectly honest now, anime when my parents walk in, specific reactions that really... Because we had crowded houses for both anime when my parents walk in and Cursed Media.
And I was completely fucking shit-faced.
Yeah. Which I think the thing is, we didn't have mics for that, and our projector wasn't really that loud, so for some of them we actually had to get up and explain them, which, especially for the scene we have for Satellite Girl and the Milk Cow, Which, the one clip we had for that, the audio is just pretty much just on 1%, even if you have it on max volume.
Yeah, I think
think we actually had to, like, pause the clip and just explain what's going on.
Yeah.
I feel like even if we get that in Korean, it would probably with the English sub. I think it would still achieve the same thing.
Probably, yeah.
So maybe we can find a louder clip. Excuse me.
I mean, it's not like
It's
not like the dub's anything special, to be honest.
A girl
He
tells
just made us suffer.
A girl tells the guy that she has a boyfriend now, and the guy just goes on a nice guy rant, and then eventually says, "This is what you did to me," and unzips his human suit and reveals he's a cow.
Yeah.
I mean, I know this is like a kind of a weird thing to say, but South Korea really loves the United States. I mean, the last time I checked, it could be very different now. Thanks, Johnny Somali, you fucking cunt. But as far as
Send him to Singapore.
Yes, give him the same treatment that we give on OCE. But honestly, I know the last time I checked in demographics that South Koreans really do appreciate the American culture. So I wonder if it wouldn't really change that much if we really just change it to like a sub versus dub thing. If we got like a louder version of it, you know.
Probably not. I mean, I'd be down to put a Korean clip if we can. The thing is, clips of this film on YouTube, regardless of what language they're in, are hard to come by because this is a pretty obscure film.
So we'll probably just have to get a disc reader and
either that or I can take the file and double the audio on it because I think you can do that and reprocess it.
Okay. Yeah, we could try that.
Whatever you think will be easier.
I'm gonna say I have Sony Vegas. I can plug that clip in and like just amp the audio all the way up.
So for
and we'll see how that sounds.
Anime when my parents walk in, we had a few people who knew Satellite Girl and the Milk Cow.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say my best moment with that series. With that movie, but explaining to white people why I bought it was going to Nebraska and telling people you can get it the DVD stand for $20, and someone found me the next day and said that they bought it for the $20. And I was like, why the fuck did you do that?
Why did you do this to yourself?
Yeah,
guy, the fucking curse. I'm like, did I just do cursed advertising? Did I just do that?
Cursed advertising. I guess I'll say, I'd say we got a lot of good reactions during Anime when my parents walk in. I don't know, the clip that I always like to see played is like, what was that clip? Well, the Nozaki-kun one is always fun.
The Pompoko one?
The Pompoko one is fun.
Oh, yeah, when we get to Anime Milwaukee, which we spent like over an hour in UICon, by the way, because we got drunk.
There was a lot to do.
Yeah, there was a lot. I mean, we submitted like 8 panels for this one.
Yeah, 8.
Yeah. So we're trying to like shotgun 8 panels, and then it's easier to explain later down the line.
So,
but my favorite bit from it was what was it? When I was explaining my Mysterious Girlfriend X story.
Yeah.
You started the episode with a bottle of Jack.
Yes. I'll explain the story here just so people can hear for the nth time. Your boy, my little brother. I mean, I love him. He is my little brother, of course. But he gave me for my birthday. He gave me like a tall slim glass.
Oh yeah.
And a Jim Beam 750ml bottle. And on the back of that case that he gave me was a recipe for a 2-part drink, which was 1 part Jim Beam, 2 parts ginger ale, which my mom always bought ginger ale when I was living back at my parents' place at the time. Was an easily accessible recipe. Now I didn't measure shots, but I did do proportions. And when we came back, because we watched that for a Love Month probably like a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And we thought it was only 12 episodes on the OVA, but when we ended on that 12th episode, I'm like, that seems like a cliffhanger to hang off of. So I went back home and I watched the last episode by myself.
You did this to yourself.
I did this to myself. And I was live messaging the group chat.
Yeah.
I was doing it, and I was having a connection fit.
I woke up in the morning for work that day and it's like, what do you mean there was a funeral?
Yeah.
Oh, I was, because we ended up all drinking during that.
I drank enough to where I could actually drive home.
Yeah, And in the midst of
Please don't drink and drive, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, in the midst of that, I was reading your live chatting during that, and I could not stop laughing. I could not stop laughing at how insane the show had turned out to be. So yeah, I agree with you. The Mysterious Girlfriend X.
Also, so tell me, when you watched that ending scene for the first time, how'd that make you feel?
I couldn't believe it.
Were you like lost and like, what the fuck is this?
I was as lost as the rest of the audience. And I've seen the show, but I missed the OVA. Thank goodness.
It wasn't an OVA. It was the actual ending episode.
It was the actual ending episode.
To spit play on the mom's grave.
To get memories back
I
of
spit on your grave.
I spit on your mom's grave to give you memories back of it. I fucking don't know. And it ended with in the show. I never actually got to explain it because everyone was laughing so hard, which I do appreciate because apparently that's my most comedic message of all. Which if I ever do stand up, if I ever do anime stand up, I guess that's what I can do. But it ended. I never really get to say this because everyone's laughing. I kind of skip it. But it ends with an image of an orange. I'm not sure the fuck why.
An orange?
That sounds like a French surrealist painting.
No, it just ends with the Mysterious Girlfriend X, and then the next scene is a goddamn. It just shows an orange until the end screen hits. It doesn't actually. No, there's no end screen. It just orange, and then it hits the end of the fucking file. And I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with an orange? What the hell does an orange have to do with all this?
Turn some off kind of symbolism for something.
Turn off your computer and call it a day. That's what you're supposed to do.
I mean, the end part of that story is that I didn't have any more Jack.
Right.
Because I decided to take a drink every time something stupid happens. I didn't stop drinking.
Right.
Kind of like I'm doing for this podcast.
So that was anime when my parents walk in.
And then we had Cursed Media right after.
Yeah, I like how we did that because we gave everyone like a 10-minute break to go go to the bathroom and come back.
We monopolized the 18+ circuit for that
which was super cool.
Yeah, the two 18+ panels were both us.
Yeah, and so I basically told the house like,
hey, got
all right,
10-minute bathroom break. Meet us back in here.
Stretch, phone, pee break, whatever you need to do. Meet back here for Cursed Media, and everyone did that.
I would say the entire room did that.
Yeah, basically.
Which I was like one in awe and two confused.
Yeah,
like goddamn, you guys actually listened to us.
I think everyone came back, and then some more people came.
Everyone came back, and everyone filled the room.
Guess that shows our charisma.
Yeah,
Cons.
Got the Riz. Anyway,
got Con and got Riz at Con specifically.
And then
we hit Z-list celebrity status.
C-list, yeah.
That's when they go with the Y.
We'll be in a Tom Green movie yet. Anyway, Kurt...
gonna be an Uwe Boll movie?
Yeah, in an Uwe Boll movie. Oh, so, for Cursed Media, I like how the sound check for that is always Wes Scantlin trying to sing the high notes.
I need an easy friend.
I do.
With an ear to lend.
Like... That's what I don't think it's the exact first. I think it's one of the first audio clips. No, the first audio clip is
Battlefield Earth.
Well, that
you have the video clip of that.
Yeah, Revolution Number 9 by the Beatles.
Oh yeah.
And then
I remember the first time I ever heard Revolution 9 was I was with my pal Jordan, who his family is huge Beatles fans, and,
right?
Which I just remember I was showing him the Rocked channel. Which he mentioned, like, Revolution 9 is one of those, like, bad songs by good bands thing. They said, I've never heard Revolution 9 before. Which my pal Jordan just pulled up that song on his phone and just skipped to a random time on it and just started playing that. Oh, God, that's terrible.
Yeah, it is. And I only play, like, 10 seconds of it whenever we do Cursed Media.
Yeah, that song, apparently the Beatles said that song is supposed to be mimicking the sound of switching through different radio stations.
I've heard that.
The thing about that is that when you're switching through radio stations, that means there's nothing that you want to hear playing.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Wes Scantlin,
the Metallica playing When Doves Cry on like the day or so after that Prince died
in Minneapolis. And it's not even all of Metallica. It's Robert.
Kirk and Robert.
Yeah, Kirk and Robert are playing it.
It just sounds like a middle school talent show of just a boy that just discovered the distortion function on his amp.
I remember Viva Laughlin got a pretty good reaction because
Hugh Jackman. Please allow me to introduce myself.
He's singing over the Stones, but he's also supposed to be like, it's supposed to be like non-diegetic
Yeah, it's supposed
music.
to be like the villain's introduction song.
Yeah, the villain's introduction song, which, by the way, is there a lazier villain introduction song than Sympathy for the Devil by the fucking Stones? So we're already off to a bad start. But here's the thing, Hugh Jackman is actually a talented singer.
Yeah, wasn't he in the Les Mis?
And
he was Javert.
Yeah, he was Javert. Well, no, he was... he was Javert. I'm sorry.
He was Javert or Valjean?
No, he was Javert.
Okay.
Valjean was Russell Crowe.
Oh, okay.
When I was about to say Russell Crowe, I almost said
I saw that movie in theaters when I was like 12 when it came out, so I don't remember that much from it.
By the way, when I was trying to say Russell Crowe, I almost said Kurt Cobain.
Russell Crowe.
Yeah, Russell Crowe. But anyway, so that one I remember got a pretty funny reaction. The fruit commercials that we played.
Oh yeah, like the Orangina furry one, and then like I think Gooch was like the name of it, where it's like the fruit stripping.
Yeah.
The furry commercial feels less dirty than the fruit strip club
one.
The
thing is, though, both got pretty heavy reactions, pretty funny reactions. I remember the furry one getting a louder and you guys can contest me on
like the octopus stripper girl.
Yeah,
I think that's where I just lost it during it.
Yeah, and here's the thing: it's like part of it is like it's playing like this it's playing that old like bossa nova song from the I like it like that old 60s New York bossa nova song, but it's set to like these furries doing this like
it's like furry sex show.
Yeah.
Was that the French one or the German one?
The French one. The German one was just
it was either German or Russian. Was like the fruit strip club.
Yeah, it was
like
way more explicit.
The grape titties.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Chiquita Banana turned up to 11. Another one that got a good reaction. The
dog.
The dog always gets a fun reaction.
I just love doing cursed media just because I'm not looking at the screen, not looking at the laptop, but I know the exact moment the gun gets pulled out in the RSPCA one, just to see the crowd going just, oh, whoa, whoa!
So you were doing that at UICon, because I remember you were sitting in the middle of the table. You couldn't really see the screen as well as I was sitting at the end, so I could look.
You had control of the computer for that one.
Did I? I thought Steven did.
Yeah, because that's the one that's on your computer.
Right. Okay. So I was looking more closely at the screen. The situation that Hannah's describing happened to me at Anime Magic Inked, where so back at Anime Magic Inked, it was like TV screen. So we couldn't really to look at this TV screen, you would have to bend over the table and actually crane your head around. So I'm sitting there and I hear how much is that doggy in the window playing on this like soft it's like a harmonica or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, or like a mellotron.
Yeah, and then I could tell exactly when the gun comes down.
The crowd's going, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa!
Well, the gun comes down or everyone's like laughing. And that happened at UICon as well. So that one's a fun one. But another one is the Unplanned Parenthood.
Oh, God. That one always kills the audience. I love it.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
And we played that for...
You know the funny thing is? In that one, I could definitely tell who the music majors were. Because I could see them look at it, cringe, and die inside.
Yeah, those guys were like poking their heads left and right. Like, what the fuck is this? Did you... And I think Hannah brought up the point that Anthony Fantano
put that in a top-ranking spot because it predicted hyperpop, and he loves hyperpop.
Well, buddy, let's
stick to Charlie XCX.
First of all, Anthony Fantano should be disregarded.
Yeah, after what he said to Halsey.
Yeah, but
he was also on a Kendrick Lamar Glazer panel with a whole bunch of other people the other day.
Glazer, like hyping him up or tearing him down?
Hyping him up, and there's one person I saw this on Twitter today. Because like this one person who was talking about Kendrick Lamar giving Drake resources about how to fix himself, and everyone was like, "This is a rap beef. It ain't that serious."
Yeah. So, Curse Media went well. We went. Any other thoughts you want to say about the panel?
No, I think that about wraps up our thoughts on Cursed Media.
Okay. So after that, we went back up, partied for a little bit more, and then we ended up. We kind of just drifted off to bed.
Oh yeah, the one thing about after Cursed Media is where I was drinking a Reds during that, and I only had about this much left in my bottle, and at the end of it, we were just standing in the back of the panel room talking to people after it ended, and some staff guy came up to me and said, "Oh, is that real alcohol?" And I didn't know what to say, so I just said, yeah, but it's almost done. And he said, "Whatever."
I do want to say, before we did our nighttime panels on our 2-hour break, we did introduce Way to a game.
Oh yeah, the Love Live Say You guessing game.
I think the channel's called Elias God, or is that the channel?
Spoiler alert, I didn't do very well.
Yeah, it was the channel that does the Love Life song sound-alikes.
That's what we did up in the panel room after, or in the hotel room after that. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, Heather was trying to...
She had a little three-part video series on her channel where it's just 2 songs that the Love Live Say Yous did outside of Love Live. You have to guess which Say You it was.
I think the one that surprised all of us is when Uchi actually dug into her deep tones.
Yeah, I was not expecting that out of Uchi, to be perfectly honest.
I think the one that really fucked my brain up was, I think it was part 2 of that series. The very first one was Chiemi. It was the voice of Rina. Did some really deep voice things. Did not expect that voice to come out of Rina.
Sure.
Then you gotta realize they're just putting on a voice.
Yeah.
So technically the high voice is the unnatural part.
Right.
But anyway,
Sunday?
Yeah, let's move on to Sunday.
So Sunday we had a much less packed...
Yeah, we only had 2 panels that day.
But the first was your Love Live panel, so I'll let you take that.
Yeah, it's my Love Live lore panel. I actually had a surprisingly big crowd for that one. Which I actually handed out most of... Yeah, I bought some prizes there, which I thought I was going to have a much smaller audience for that, so bought prizes that were supposed to last for AMKE, for UICon and for AMKE. And yeah, I ended up giving out most of the Muse prizes for UICon. Sorry to everybody that was at AMKE.
You know, we'll get the AMKE when we get to it, but I do think the Love Live panel this time around was very much, because I think it's kind of weird. The college cons, even though we said that was all ages, they really don't have any children there.
Yeah.
I kind of think, sorry for my stuttering there, I kind of think that the college cons are really for the college kids just to let loose, you know?
Yeah.
And I appreciate it. And I do appreciate it a lot, which means some of the panels that are really all ages we can actually kind of sneak in a little bit, you know? I think the only one where we really weren't able to sneak in, you know, as much dirty jokes was the Miyazaki panel, because I noticed kids
in the main events room.
The main events hall, and I saw kids in that room. That's the only 2 notes I can say about it.
Yeah. Which part of me kind of feels like I should make the Love Live panel 13 plus just because of that one picture where there's the Muse subunits formation, and for some reason that picture had Honoka in the bath with just a ton of cleavage in it. But yeah, that one never really gets any complaints.
What are you guys talking about?
The Love Live panel where I have that picture where it's the Muse subunit formations and Ellie playing the guitar, Umi just standing out in the sidewalk, and then Honoka in the bath with her cleavage out.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned once.
I think you mentioned it too. That you said that Love Live back in the 2010s was a lot more fan servicey than it is nowadays.
That's what I've noticed, and Hannah kind of corroborated that.
And it's why the Leila and Hasu girls don't have canon bust waist hip sizes.
Oh bullshit! We saw Megan with those hongers.
Yeah.
Nice. So.
Oh yeah. Also, one of the pictures I have for Sunday is my Artist Alley haul, which on day 1, I only bought the Kikari figure, and then day 2, I actually bought things from the vendor's hall where I got the I got a print of Yusuke from Persona 5, kind of done in the style of the Sayuri painting from that, which, after looking at the map for that con, I found out it was painted by Art by Tip Top on Instagram.
Oh, yeah?
And then have a Existential My Melody sticker sheet done by Teacup Weeb on Instagram. And then a little Nico charm that's put on my Ida bag, and I have no idea who did the art for that, but yeah, it's a charm that is on my Nico Ida bag now.
Okay. Awesome. Love to hear it. Oh, I got a Nico charm as well.
Oh yeah, I think Heather bought that for you.
Yep, Heather did. And I got...
Yeah, speaking of Heather, she also bought me a Mick Miku sticker.
Oh, right, she did.
I don't know who the artist for that is either, but yeah, thank you, Heather.
Right.
I will say, I do appreciate Heather being with us. She does give thoughtful gifts to Hannah and me.
Yeah. And
you.
Yeah, and me. I hope so. But anytime, it's kind of funny. Anytime that we forget to buy each other something for like a holiday, it's like, hey, we're going to a con in like 2 weeks. You just want me to splurge on you there? It's like, sure, why not? Like, what better place than to just get what you want right where it's available? But speaking of it,
usually like every couple weeks or so, there's usually a con around our area.
Yeah, that we can just, let's go splurge for a weekend. Anyway, speaking.
I just noticed your beers are called Dab.
Anyway, so I went to, so speaking of Heather, our last panel of the weekend was one that me and Heather hosted together.
Transformers!
Robots in disguise.
I hope I'm not bothering you with my stupid questions.
No, it's fine. No, it's good. Ask me anything.
So, shitposty questions are what I'm good at, so.
No, it's all good, but Transformers went really well. We had a good crowd. We had some Gen 1 heads in there, so...
Oh, I do... that was actually probably the most Gen 1 heads I've ever seen at your panels. Then again, the only times I've ever seen your Transformer panel was NebraskaCon and this one, so...
So, yeah. So, I don't even really have a lot to say. It was such a smooth panel. Hannah didn't, unfortunately, ask, is such and such, does such and such...
Oh, yeah, that one Transformer that's a cop car. Like, does ACAB apply to him?
It doesn't apply to him, but it does apply to Barricade. one of the cop car Transformers that's like a Decepticon.
I do have to say, all week leading up to you, I was sharing, pro Michael Bay memes.
The funniest thing you showed me was the Shockwave meme where he's in the shower, like saying, stop trying to show me horny sluts in my area. I have a mirror. The shock.
Stop telling me there are lonely sluts in my area. I know, I have a mirror.
Okay, so since Hannah's out of the room, to wrap up UICon, talk about that car that we saw parked next to mine.
Shit.
That nice...
Let me tell you about my car.
There was me, Steven, and like 2 other dudes came up to this car because it was so cool. It was a
1997 Toyota Century.
Oh, it was such a nice ride.
There is... Okay, so Toyota, for those who don't know, Toyota is a shogun family in Japan. They switched from killing bitches to car production and automotive and engineering production.
Yeah, they're like one of the Zaibatsus.
Correct. And they made this I think it was second gen, so it was 1997. 1997 through maybe, I think, 2000 and something. Century. This was before they shifted it to an SUV, much like they did the Mitsubishi Eclipse, which I want to fucking choke them for. But, this was like a nice luxury car that parked next to Wade's fucking Sonata.
But no, it was a Kia Forte.
Oh yeah, so it's even worse.
But here's the thing. Compared to this fucking ride, let's be real. Most other cars in that fucking parking lot looked like dog shit compared to this. It was like waxed smooth. We're talking about the cool car we saw in the parking lot. It was wax smooth. It was so authentic that the steering wheel was on the
right.
Yeah, it was on the right. That's what
And the fun part is that car had to be imported because that's the only way it was made. That car series, the Centuries, are strictly out of Japan.
Yeah, so that...
I did some research after we got home, and holy shit.
Well, it must be street legal here.
It is street legal. But right and the left side, they don't matter as long as you follow the speed limit laws. Who gives a shit? I learned that because some jackasses, when I went to a little bit of a side tangent. When I used to have my Bonneville, right? You remember that? You remember that white fucking brick Bonneville?
Yeah, it was a good car.
You could press and hold a button, it would switch to kilometers per hour. And so that's what these guys worked on. So that's why I had a sticker in my thing that said, "Don't work on to 400,000 miles," but it's 400,000 kilometers. So to switch it, and that's why my car said, "Don't change oil until 400,000 miles."
Oh,
After my car is at like maybe 287,000 miles. I do miss that Bonneville. I want another Bonneville.
but hey,
do
you miss that Bonneville more than you like seeing that?
That Century was fucking amazing. That Century was as old as I was.
Yeah,
I am.
and it was in amazing,
immaculate condition.
like not a speck on it, not a
Like I can guarantee that car was driven there that day.
yeah.
It was garage kept.
And someone, yeah, it must have been, either someone takes really, really good care of it, which wouldn't surprise me, or it had been in storage for however long and had just been brought to Japan within the past, or been brought from Japan.
Imported within the past year.
Yeah, within the past year. I mean, it was this really... I mean, it kind of stopped us in our tracks because we're like taking pictures of it like it's a fucking UFO.
And we had these two guys come up to us and they're like, "Is that your car?" I'm like, "Fuck!" And I was like, "Fuck no, I can't afford this shit."
If that were my car, do you think I'd be dressed the way I am right now?
Yes, you would. I'm driving the Imperial. There's Goku fucking cutoff sleeve in. Come on.
Well,
it's 50s fit. Come on.
Well, I mean, but anyway, that was probably the most Japanese thing we saw at this convention was this just amazing Toyota 97
Century.
Yeah, it looked like a fucking limo, like a shorter, like you could imagine like some businessman in the back of the car.
It's like if you guys have if any of you are from a bigger city than like Bloomington, Normal, maybe even fucking Champaign. If you guys are like in Chicago, you probably might have seen like those executive suite cars. Normally, like I'd say maybe like those Centuries are on par to Bentleys and Rolls Royce.
Yeah,
like those Phantoms you see. That's where it's about as on par with the luxury. Nowadays, those Centuries are SUVs that are sold exclusively in Japan. They don't let those come over here.
Yeah,
because we have to wait 24 years for those cars to come over here, and that's why that's why we haven't seen many Centuries over here because 24 years.
But an amazing car to match an amazing weekend.
It was if I had to say, just because my car doesn't pop it off in my head, definitely one of the highlights.
Yeah, it's like because you don't see those types of cars and we knew it was there because U of I is a very international university. There's probably someone there who's like a high-end staff person who has enough scratch to own that car, and it's fucking cool. But in any case,
we're gonna shotgun maybe this next section just because
it's all these two guys who have the stories. I might interject with one or two, but Off the Balcony was being represented just by these two guys.
Good, because our very next con after this one was AMKE.
Yes, AMKE. So go for AMKE.
So AMKE, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of backstage knowledge. AMKE, we had to apply for our panels to Eventeni, which is streamlined. I will say it's streamlined. I do appreciate that process. But holy mother of fuck, that trigger warning list. Jesus
there
Christ.
Are like 50 trigger warnings for things such like
I think I have like an 18...
miscarriage, police brutality, animal cruelty, abortion.
Which is like, it's all just reading that list, honestly, it's like this
who's
is
hosting a panel about these things?
It's like, fuck, this is a bummer list to read.
You know what the funny thing is? We submitted 6 panels. The only panel that did not make it was Angst and Regret, which I brought up like probably at all of our panels. Except the ones that I could be drunk and rambly at. I brought up that we never brought Angst and Regret to this thing, which I kind of regret. Which honestly,
they let it in last year.
You know, the funny thing was I was actually looking for panels. I just kind of skipped out so I could actually present it. But every time we were there, we had to take a shuttle, and those were the panels that canceled. So, let's hijack the main event room for Angst and Regret. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah.
You know, we can really do it.
That'd be funny. It'd be funny.
But no, AMKE is a very, very. It is as one of our because Hannah and I got shoved off to the St. Kate.
Yeah, we tried to book a room at, I think it was the Hilton there. It was the Hyatt or the Hilton, but
Hilton.
Yeah, they were doing renovations then, which I guess they didn't tell the con about that. So they just told us that, like, hey, we're doing renovations on your block, so to make up for it, we're going to shove you into the Hilton, but you'll have a shuttle bus to the convention center.
Yeah, so I guess we were part of the 175 rooms that got shifted off to the St. Kate, which, luckily for us, we were able to completely confirm that we got the St. Kate.
Yeah, which it took us less time than we thought to actually make the drive from Normal to Milwaukee to the St. Kate. And
I mean, I was freebasing 90 to 100 the entire trip.
As soon as we walked into the St. Kate, I thought, we are too poor to be in here.
Okay. Let me give you the fucking impression, right? So we pull into the parking garage, which is a descending parking garage about 4 levels below.
We could only make it to the bottom floor. Was the only floor that actually had parking spaces available.
And I'm not gonna lie, where I felt comfortable putting my car.
Fair enough.
And then we go up the 4 floors and we enter a fucking Art Deco museum.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah, that's literally part hotel, part art museum, art gallery.
Part Pabst, the Pabst Theater in Milwaukee.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. That's what the St. Kate is.
Like a Steph Q, like
a bank.
Complex.
Steph Q complex,
yeah,
another bank. So we walk in by where they have...
Sorry, I'm a big Art Deco nerd, so I'm kind of nerd.
They have
like dragging our suitcase and 3 coolers full of booze with us.
We're going by this actual place where some random...
Like artist lady is actually building her pieces.
She owns like probably a size of like a strip mall store area where she just commissions art. That's her studio for art. And you can watch her through the glass to see her create these pieces in real time.
Wow.
We never really took the time to do that because we were trying to go between the St. Kate and the museum in the Baird Center.
That would have been cool to see though.
Like as soon as we walk in there, I feel like people are staring at me.
and I do want to say this thing about Milwaukee off the top. I do regret not telling my cousins my update about that because we never really got to meet my cousins there, even though I invited them to AMKE.
We were just doing things the whole weekend.
You were busy.
I will say, word of the wise for next year: get the DoubleTree by Hilton, which is it's the hotel that I've stayed with you guys in for AMKE 23 and 24. It's that.
I felt like canceling our St. Kate thing and switching that to that hotel, but that hotel costed way more than what our
you got to get it early.
DoubleTree was probably like 200 a night, but the St. Kate was 150 a night.
Well, there you go. I mean,
and they provided a free shuttle for us, so who was I to argue?
Yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying, in the future,
Well, no, not a good choice. We were actually booked at the Hilton, and they shut us off.
No, I know.
But we really didn't have control, and we were like, well, this is the cheaper option, so...
No, I was nervous about that, but once they assured that the shuttle bus would be running till 4 a.m., okay, we'll be fine.
And they had 3 different type of buses, by the way, for the fucking shuttle.
Yeah,
were the buses nice?
Yeah, yes, they were.
There was one time where we got into the shuttle, and there was a fucking party bus.
They got party limo. Like, where they had, benches instead of seats.
Oh,
it was good.
Yeah, it's we were just there chatting to, 2 guys there. We were just talking about, our shuttle bus experiences.
Sure.
I was talking about my Disney experience when I went down there as a senior in high school.
When you were on the Disney shuttle bus?
No, not the Disney shuttle bus. So I'm actually gonna tell you because I've never told the story to you. So your boy, in high school, I think it was my junior year. Yeah, it was my junior year because I was up there with Thomas. We went down to Disney, and our shuttle bus. And the story I told was, one, we had someone who wasn't very cleanly in the bathroom, and you couldn't flush. No, that was my brother's bus, where you couldn't flush while transit, and she didn't exactly leave the nicest smelling things.
Oh.
So the people sitting way in the back were suffering from all the way from
in the Florida fucking heat too.
Oh my God. From the Golden Corral in the AM all the way to Disney in the PM, dude.
Oh,
because here's the story, right? So my bus, it was actually harder to sleep in the chairs than it was on the fucking floor because the AC was focused on the floor. So me and a lot of other friends shared this. There was like a rich girl. Her family owns a ranch near us that feeds into Epiphany Farms. And so we were just like sleeping on the floor. And so she brought her fucking king size, like she had a king size bed in her house just naturally. So she brought her pillow in that. We all fucking shared the pillow. 4 of us on the floor of the bus.
Those are honestly the best memories though.
We were sleeping on the floor because it was essentially, if you didn't sleep on the floor you were gonna overheat.
Sure.
So we shared the floor, and then we got to go. We had a Florida Golden Corral for breakfast.
Florida Golden.
We were there at like 5 a.m.
That must have been right when they opened. Too.
It was right when they opened because we were the only. We filled the entire Golden Corral.
How many were in this trip?
Oh, let's see the band. The band size was just about the high school size, I think. Because if you were on the football team, you were in the band.
So
my high school size was about 330. So I think maybe just shy of 200 people were filling the Golden Corral.
Holy fuck. They must have been feeding you guys like you were in the fucking Navy or something.
Oh, they were. I heard people. I heard Spanish coming from that fucking Golden Corral. I was like, on the land,
yeah, it would have been like being on the fucking USS Intrepid or something.
God, I think I heard one guy say, "If I swear to God, if I see one more high schooler today."
I guarantee you. I guarantee you, when those buses left, everyone smoked an entire pack.
Mm-hmm.
Guarantee it.
So I was sharing that other story because my older brother Thomas was on that bus that had the other girl on it that just like shit. Because the only reason why I don't know this story was because we were pulling into Hollywood Studios. I'm pretty sure they changed the name of it by now. But we were pulling into Hollywood Studios, and this bus had worked through its entire brakes. Like, the normal brake pads, gone. The ceramic emergency brake evaporated.
Oh, no.
So the only way we could stop was if we rear-ended this dude at Disney. We did.
Wait, who did you rear-end?
We rear-ended some fucking random couple from Tennessee, I think.
Oh, no.
This wasn't like me going to the fucking DC where I had to stick with the bus dude. But I had to stick with the bus driver because buddy system and all that bullshit, right? It was just, we loaded all in the other bus, and I was standing in the middle. I'm like, God damn, this bus stinks. And my brother was like, we had someone go into the fucking bathroom, and they aren't allowed to flush, and they put the nastiest shit back there. And I was sharing this story. It was me, Hannah, Mind Crime, and like these 2 other dudes. One of them was just like Ash Ketchum. And I was sharing that story because Ash Ketchum went to the bathroom, and the bus was taking like massive turns, and he was like this.
I think we asked the guy that was still sitting with us, like, hey, is your buddy okay? And they're like, after like 10 minutes, the buddy comes out, it's like, says something about the toilet not working.
He's like, this toilet ain't flush, and I had to hold my shit together like this in the bathroom. And his arms are on the sides to get him steady and to make sure he didn't fucking splash everywhere.
Steven, did you ever see the movie Tommy Boy?
Yes.
Do you remember when he's trying to get changed in the fucking
airplane
bathroom? He's like, that's what that's reminding me of. You got David. You're like David Spade up there. Check your seatbelt.
That's exactly what it was like, dude. It was fun. Yeah. I mean, I don't know sure why. That was my junior year of high school. My senior year was fucking faulty, but junior year that was fucking golden.
But like at the con, so the shuttle bus worked okay.
The shuttle bus was fantastic.
Yeah, except for I think the one time it didn't work was when it was Friday night, like 9 p.m. We had to do Waifu Wars, and to be fair, we were up in the room drinking with Mind Crime, so we probably missed the bus. So we went out there like 9:30, 9:45, and just realized the bus ain't coming. So we had to run down the street. We have to run to make it to there. So I entered my Honoka from the Snow Halation episode of Season 2 of Love Live, where we just decided to run from the hotel to the Baird Center.
So from the front of St. Kate, all you had to do was go down the street, and you're at the north side of the Baird Center.
Uh-huh.
And that's what we did. And your boy, who was raised to be a good-natured Catholic boy, was worried the fuck out of having our drinks noticed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, meanwhile, I was just like, Fushigi Imano Kimochi.
So we got through with our drinks because security didn't give a shit.
Oh, yeah.
Which I will say,
Yeah, I think I had my water bottle full of rocket fuels inside the inside pocket of my coat.
You had 2 of them, by the way. You had one inside your bag that they didn't fucking care about.
So tell me about Waifu Wars. How did that go?
Okay, so Waifu Wars, after we got there,
because I saw you guys at the very start of it.
Yeah, I think we arrived there like 2 minutes late, which I think I had told you. It's like, hey, if you're over by panel room 3, panel room 7, it wasn't like, if you're over by panel room 7, please tell them we're gonna be a few minutes late. We had to run.
Yeah, we were like gulping there and telling the staff like, hey, we're the people for Waifu Wars. Our boss from St. Kate didn't get there. We had to run over, and they're like, okay, no, that's fine. Go ahead and set up.
Yeah, so we were setting up there like a few minutes late, and I was just there like, sorry, just breathing heavily into the mic, saying, I'm sorry, guys. If you're here for Waifu Wars, we had to run from the St. Kate. I'm so sorry. We're still gonna have the panel.
Yeah, and it looked like
I was. I felt like my life was just about over then because I was so drunk. I was like about crying.
Now let me take a pause on this and tell you guys about our first panel when we got there. So
and music.
Yeah, so let's go from after checking into the Art Deco museum that is the St. Kate.
Yeah, we actually had a really nice drive up there. We were ahead of schedule.
I was
snowing.
I was using cruise control while it was snowing. It was one. Don't recommend. Please, for those who are learning to drive, never do that. Never
Luckily,
ever do that.
Steven is an experienced speeder. There's so many times where the car just feels so nice and gentle that I just doze off in the car. Then I wake up, look over at the control panel, and realize Steven's going like 100 miles per hour.
So tell me about anime.
Okay, so first off, to be fair, my dad told me how to drive gently, and the teachings did work. But anime music is the one panel that I never show off, mainly because it's a panel that I threw together in 15 minutes, and I kind of actually hate it if I don't ever perform at it. Which this year we were trying to do I think we were trying to do Snow Halation at it.
Oh yeah,
but I could never really learn on guitar.
Oh wait, I learned how to play Start Dash on my acoustic
Start Dash,
bass,
that's it.
Because it's only like, simple chords for that one that how to do, but apparently like the lead guitar parts are too high for Steven's guitar.
Yeah, so I got my acoustic guitar off
I think it's like 20-something frets or like the high notes, and yours only go up to like 19.
No, mine goes up to 22. It's a regular guitar size. But where most of the notes are on the 12th fret, and that's the sour fret for most of the notes that are on there. So I couldn't exactly do it unless we had an electric guitar, and we didn't want to have to
bring amps with us.
I had to bring amps with us, throw them on the bus, and just like carrying them over, so we never really performed it.
And I didn't bring my acoustic bass with me just because we have to be on the bus.
Yeah.
So how did anime music go?
Anime music, I mean,
we did have a pretty good.
We did have a good
small crowd, but the crowd that showed up was contributing.
I will say small but dedicated.
Good. That's better than large but disinterested.
Yeah, I will say I
will say, in the servers con bingo, I did cross off Has-Been Hotel cosplayer too young to be watching Has-Been Hotel because there was one person that showed up like halfway through that was cosplaying Alistair, I think is the name of the character, and
yes, Alistair.
That person cosplaying it looks like about like 14.
That came to anime music?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, anime music is the one.
Probably could have been older, but to me, you looked like you were 14.
Anime music is also the one where I'm actually completely comfortable it being all ages.
That's fair.
It's like, there's nothing NSFW in our
The only time we got dangerously close, and I could tell that we could actually say those stories because most of the kids filtered out by then.
I could see no super young kids there.
The super young kids kind of filtered out by the time because they're probably hitting more panels because they need to catch all the panels before like 9 o'clock.
Gotta go the children's programming part of AMKE.
And I'll say. After I saw the children filter out, we kind of did share the story of when we went to, I think it was like Anime Magic one year, where that emo guy came.
Yeah.
Where the what?
Where the guy emo guy.
Oh.
It's like what show was saved by the soundtrack? Like Aromanga Sensei and Ori Emo. The guy had the full bag full of
I remember that guy.
I don't have a little sister, so it's okay.
We told that story once we kind of figured out that most of the kids kind of filtered out by then, so we kind of made sure. Yeah.
That's an all-time story, though.
That's an all-time banger too.
Yeah,
it's a story we always tell.
I also did share that when I was in high school, I found the sheet music to the Elfin Lead OP, and would play that on my violin as orchestra audition music.
Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that is cool.
I will say that
It's like that is a very good orchestral song. But yeah, just the fact that it's used in that anime is...
As I was saying 3 times, as I like, the only reason I like doing anime music is because we do have an uncanny ability to draw the music teachers to our fucking panel.
Oh yeah, there was one guy there that said he was a band's teacher.
Again?
Yeah, there was a guy that was a band's teacher that said he skipped school that day to go to this con, which I just told that guy, same. Yes, I was a teacher that skipped a day of work to go to this.
He skipped specifically because of this panel.
Wow.
Which made me feel a certain kind of way, which made, you know when you you have a panel, you have your Sonaju panel where you feel like you've hit your lowest of lows just because Christian's being Christian.
Yeah.
Where you're like, I can't fucking do this panel anymore.
And then
that's me with end music a lot, because I'm like, it's kind of like a low rent. I put this panel together in like 15 minutes. I really don't really like it, but I'll put it in the panel list anyway, just in case it does get accepted.
Yeah, that's how I feel during my Lost Media panel too, because
You shouldn't.
Like that time we went, I think it was either CAT or AMKE that one year, where there was like this one girl that was actually part of the Lost Media wiki, like one of the admins there just came up to me like, hey, what searches have you been a part of? Like, I actually haven't been part of any. I just like the Lost Media YouTubers.
I'll say, you shouldn't feel that way about the Lost Media, and you shouldn't feel that way about anime music, because...
I'm trying to stop, because I know you based your dub actors panel on my anime music panel.
Because it's a good format.
Yeah.
You know, you lead with discussion, and then you bring it back to your own stuff.
Yeah. What we did with that was we did actually have a moment where people weren't willing to speak, or weren't willing to speak for like the nth time.
Yeah.
So we did show our stuff in the middle of it.
And then, like, when they saw our stuff, they were like, oh yeah, this thing.
Yeah, when we answered all the questions down the line with all of our stuff, people were more apt to answer. And so I just brought it back up to that first initial thing again.
Sure.
Which I do appreciate. Which
So
maybe if we do that more in the middle of the panel, I could probably do it when people start having that lull of I don't really want to speak, but
or
maybe someone else does.
Maybe
you know?
if we do anime music at a panel where it's all 4 of us, then we can edit that slide so it's all 4 of us giving our answers.
I mean, when I co-hosted it with you that one year, I threw out some stuff that I thought were good additions, like Inuo. I talked about Inuo.
Yeah, I think.
Oh yeah, we have.
I think
when you do our music anime panel, we have to mention Inuo.
Yeah.
I think when I hosted with you, you hit on a lot more stuff that people may have seen. Hannah and I are like more of the niche stuff.
Well, like Radwimps, which is what brought our friend from Oriimo into the fold, because he recognized the song from Garden of Words. I was like, oh fuck yeah, based. Yeah. And then he brought up, I don't even know how.
I think it was like was it Clamps or was it something else? Something like that. Start with a C.
I know, like we believed in him for a while,
and then
he brought up Syscon stuff. Like, oh, now we have to disown you.
Yeah. Well, he turned to you and was like, I don't have little sister.
Like he specifically said that to me. It's like, well, back the fuck up, because I have an older brother. I am the little sister. Back away from me.
That was really funny, because she was like 4 seats away from him too, from the fucking...
Yeah, and he specifically turned to me for that.
Because you were the closest, let's be honest.
Well, but...
I will say, it also...
I did have fun hosting that panel with you, I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, if we were able to do it more often, I will enjoy doing it more often. It's just that taking it out of state is really hard, because we have to pack more for it, and I can't exactly justify bringing guitars on that trip, you know?
Yeah, no, I get it.
Our panels with all 4 of us, there are a lot more things we want to add that are the 4 of us. We don't really think about anime music that much.
Maybe we could bring
it to me and Steven thing.
Maybe we could bring it to AMKE this year, so we could drive separately, and then you could throw your guitars in the back of your car.
You know, the funny thing is, I'm hoping by AMKE I get that Imperial up and running, but maybe. But at least
get it up and running by October.
Do you want me to try?
If you want to.
I mean, I can do it in the summer.
I mean, we'll have the summer free.
We will have the summer free.
I mean, I'll probably try to get an actual job during the summer instead of just doing summer school.
I will depend on you.
I think having too much free time during the summer made me go crazy.
I mean, I'll help out, but you know, it's going to be incumbent on you.
I think the only thing that's going to really inhibit us is the brake booster. But aside from Imperial talk, We'll show that aside because we're on AMKE right now.
Yeah, and we're almost 3 hours into
I
this.
figured this one was gonna be a long one.
Yeah, Waifu Wars, go.
Okay, so
I'm gonna go.
Okay, actually, let me
Okay,
just
so
do
yeah.
art.
I think we had Anna Music,
And then we
Angst and
had
Regret.
Angst and Regret.
Which
No, we didn't have Angst and Regret because Angst and Regret didn't make the list.
Oh yeah, I think
We
we just
had
had Anna Music, Waifu Wars,
Waifu
and
Wars, and then
Anime When My Parents
yeah.
Left Me.
Okay, yeah. So me and Hannah's excursion. I will say they had us pretty spread out because we had to try to make it there and get checked in early, which we did get checked in early.
Yeah, which we did have. I think we got checked in around like 2:30, which our check-in time was at 3 o'clock.
So, I mean, 30 minutes, and they were pretty empty anyway. I think the SNK probably did get prepared ahead of time that they're gonna have a bunch of leaves at their hotel, which good on the hotels for communicating this.
Yeah, which you guys already heard about our check-in, feeling too poor to be there, and then Anna Music, and then we had Waifu Wars, which right before that we had Mind Crime from the MILF server.
Yes.
Let
me.
She got drunk in our room.
I really want to tell that story when Wade gets back because I know Wade's gonna have some great reactions to it. But I will say, let me just keep explaining on the Saint Kate. The Saint Kate is actually pretty good. I do feel confused about having a complimentary record player and a complimentary ukulele in the room and no
and
microwave.
drawing paper.
Drawing
Yeah,
paper, crayons.
Yeah, since we
The
were
most pornographic light I've ever seen in my life.
since we were broke at that time, so we brought our own food to that, and part of that food was some of the, like, they had 6 packs of cup ramen at the dollar store, so we brought some of that up, which we then realized once we got there, we had no microwave on our floor.
But I thought to bring ham, cheese, and bread, so we had ham sandwiches. So we were good.
We
But-
had a complimentary ukulele and drawing paper,
And
but
record
we
player.
didn't have a fucking microwave.
Yeah, wait, get ahead of this. We had a complimentary record player, complimentary ukulele,
Wow.
but no microwave.
I guess it really was an artist's hotel.
I mean, yeah.
Are you guys talking about your room parties?
Yeah, we are. Kind of, yeah, because
Yeah.
I want to get your reaction to this, right? So you've probably seen the video of me mixing the rocket fuel with Dracula.
And
With
then-
Dracula Flood. Yeah, you could.
and then
Yeah.
you probably saw, I think Mind Crime posted in the server of her
I posted
drinking
that
the
video
rocket
first.
fuel straight from the tap.
I remember.
I posted that video first in Minecraft.
Honestly,
Saved
Mind
it, yeah.
Crime in her Sailor Mars outfit.
Honestly, it's a good thing you guys
Sailor
were.
Jupiter. I
Hold
think.
up! It was a good thing that you guys were in an artist hotel because that freeze frame of Steven mixing that chemical concoction with Dracula Flow blasting in the background.
That
you
is
couldn't-
art right there.
You couldn't make a better painting if you tried.
You know, the first thing to say, when Hannah and I first got to the room,
It's your Guernica.
our view was immaculate.
I could tell by the window that
Yeah.
you were on a good.
Yeah, I think we were
vantage
right
point.
next to the city hall.
right
next door to
the city hall was right across from us.
Yeah, you would have been.
And we got a room that was right next to the elevator.
Nice.
It
That's
was very good. It was very
elite.
even if
once again-
Sophia decided to show up without telling anyone.
Once again, making Steven feel like a sugar baby.
Yes, that's the second time That's the second time in 2 years, by the way.
Third time.
So have you guys gone over anime? Or...
No. We were going to tell con stories and we were going to tell drunk stories and then get to waifu wars and then stuff and just do it kind of chronologically.
So-
Okay.
And our time between Anna Music and Waifu
Yeah,
Wars,
because they gave us 12 hours.
Yeah, I think it was 4 to 5 when we had Anna Music, and then 9 to 11 when we had Waifu Wars.
Oh right, yeah. You would have
During-
been doing that around the time.
Yeah,
you were
during
doing
that little bit
Christian.
of time, we partied with Mind Crime, and I think we wandered around the vendors hall for a bit, and then went back to the room
Vendors,
and partied with Mind Crime.
And we partied with Mind Crime,
and
Battle,
Sophia.
and Sophia.
What about Hatate? Was
Hatate never made it to our room, which would have been funny to
And-
see her try to yell at everything that was in there.
And then
but
Prophet
she
went to
ha-
our room on Saturday.
Yeah, Hatate definitely had things to do on that night, but everyone else, Mind Crime, fucking Battle, and Sophia came to our room. I will say Sophia ate our entire stock of fruit snacks.
Except for the few that I shoved into my Nico Eat-A bag.
nice.
You said what we could, but Sophia definitely got to her fucking fruit snacks.
Can I just say real
Fruit
quick?
gummy.
Shout out to Mind Crime for coming to my It's Always Sunny in Quickville panel.
Oh, I think it was Prophet.
That was Prophet.
Who did I say?
You said Mind Crime.
Okay. Hi, Mind Crime. Anyway, I'm sure you're
I
great.
think Catherine is her name.
Catherine.
Kathy, yeah. I remember Kathy.
All right, Kathy.
Yeah, I know she just recently changed her Instagram so it shows her name and her pronouns.
Kathy, you're great, but I can't give a shout out to you. I have to give a shout out to Prophet, the Hanio T-Pose guy, for coming to It's Always Sunny in Quickville. You were
Thanks,
great
Michael.
in the panel.
Love you, Michael. Yeah, so that's what we... Yeah, so we had Mindcrime. Mindcrime witnessed the birth. We couldn't exactly do it in our bathroom, which is kind of a poor thing. But because our shower was the walk-in shower.
Yeah, we mixed it on the little platform next to our TV.
No, I saw that.
Yeah,
That's how you got the...
because we couldn't put it in the bathroom because like we're not gonna put the fucking thing in the toilet.
Yeah,
because
which
there's, like,
funny
no room,
enough,
but...
our hotel room bathroom didn't lock.
Oh yeah, our hotel bathroom had one of those fucking sliding
bathroom.
doors. Like you've been to the ranch a bunch of times. You know those sliding doors in front of the fucking barn. Yeah, it was just like that, but a lot more graceful.
The tower at Hyatt has those.
Yeah, it didn't lock though.
It didn't lock. You had to push and hold it to stay.
Yeah, it would close, but then as soon as you let go, it would slide back out.
If you didn't hold it in the spot, it would slide back.
Oof.
And I played Condad a lot because your boy, whenever I see someone kind of like in trouble, kind of like a first aid experience, my fucking scout thing just snap on.
As soon as Mindcrime, Catherine, like
Took
she took like 2 sips of the rocket fuel and
then
ran to the bathroom and threw up.
All you greenhorns wanted to see.
Which, to be fair, she had been drinking since like noon that day.
You know what's funny? Mark still makes fun of me. For drinking that shit. He's like, "Are you guys fucking kidding me? You guys are gonna kill yourself." And he's being facetious.
We always tell the story of John Swayze drinking the rocket fuel. It's like, yep, I see why this gets you boys in trouble.
We told the story where we were able to sneak it in that. Remember when I had that camping jug before I had to throw it out because of the mold?
Yeah.
When I went to the bathroom, I came back and I see like 5 or 6 voice actors taking like 3 or 6 cups of that shit.
I wonder if that's that mold that's making J.K. Rowling act that way.
I know. I mean, whenever the mold came up in mine, I threw it out immediately.
But, yeah, as you should. As she should have refaced her entire house. But
no. But
beside the point.
It was just like, what was that fucking convention? Was it Magic or was it?
I think it was Midwest.
It was Midwest
that year where all the voice actors were taking swigs from it.
Yeah, it was Midwest 22. That's when we got
22.
the police escort out of that fucking panel room.
Which I was so drunk during that time, I just remember that was like vague like PowerPoint slide pictures in my head.
I was drunk the whole weekend.
I didn't think that was real.
I think we were all
at
drunk
first.
the whole way, Gil.
Yeah.
I think I just remember like just vague pictures in my head, like we were in the hotel, then out of the hotel, then back into the different hotel.
That's where Heather told me that she's trusted the most with alcohol because I can hold myself together more.
My memories of Midwest literally are in here. They are of the photographs that I took.
Yeah. But yeah, I told them that I think I couldn't remember what con it was, but I knew.
Which speaking of that, I do have pictures of here of my Kikuri plushie inside like the cup holder of the shuttle bus.
Right, I've seen that.
Which I think that I have that as the first picture of my AMKE retrospective.
Right.
And then I sent you pictures of the Symphogear plushies at one of the booths.
Yeah, I showed those to Heather. She didn't really have, because she already has a Hebe key.
And then the Fern Nesso.
Oh, right. I went to look for that Fern Nesso, but
I think someone probably went.
Yeah, someone bought it.
And then the Bochi the Rock plushies.
Oh yeah, I saw those.
Ikuyo Kita.
But yeah, again for our drunken dumbasses. Shout out to the Midwest Idol and
Midwest Idols, Love Livers, and Friends MILF server.
We call them MILF because.
And then shout out to Discotech Media
for having that
voices
panel.
Most of
where Wade bought most of your
most
stuff.
of the Lupin media.
Discotech brought the heat this year.
I took a picture of the live action Lupin movie.
Did you buy that?
Lupin the Third: Strange Psychokinetic Strategy.
I think I did. Yeah.
Oh my god, I knew it.
A picture of it there. I had to take a picture of it because it just looks like Japanese Austin Powers.
Yeah, I bought a lot of Lupin movies.
Yeah, you better have bought that because I didn't buy it just because I knew you would probably want to have it.
I bought a lot of Lupin DVDs, but anyway, tell me
also,
about.
I forget which artist did it, but there's one artist at the very back of the artist alley who had his wedding muse. She had a print of all the Muse girls in wedding dresses, which I bought the mini prints of that.
Oh, cool.
I think it's in the closet right now, but...
You ought to circle the ones who are actually married.
You want to tell us about Waifu Wars, right?
Yes.
And also from Discotheque Media, I did buy the Black Rock Shooter, the complete TV series for $35.
Very nice.
Just because I love that Miku song, Black Rock Shooter by Ryo from Supercell.
Alright, so Waifu Wars. That night, I think... So that Waifu Wars, I do want to congratulate AMKE. You guys, people in Milwaukee, people who go to AMKE...
Nobody came up to us and said... actually, these characters are underage.
We did say
all
that...
the nerds stayed in the lockers this weekend.
No.
Yeah.
But we did have Heather.
Apparently, Heather said people complained about that, but nobody came up to us to say that. So, yeah.
So people who came up and volunteered, y'all got the message. Y'all are great. I will do my best to keep the old weeb shit alive for that panel.
You people still put Nico in shit tier.
Okay, that's the first really shit on fire tier.
Let me see if I can pull.
I forget exactly what tier it was, but yeah, she was in a bad tier.
Who I remember I saw screenshots because Heather sent me a couple of photographs of your tier list.
I know Nagisa from Clan I got put in a good tier. Good tier.
Good.
So I am on 2 steins full of rum and coke and then like half a stein of MD 2020.
You don't have to explain yourself. Don't worry about it.
I know. I was just explaining that burp. I just said.
I'm trying to find the that goddamn it.
Was that it?
I saw some.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Okay, so it saved as my image in my actual computers, but so I got it pulled up, right?
Yeah, whichever one has the most recent save date.
Oh, just on the template?
I'm just gonna triple check it.
March 7th, yeah,
Yep,
that would have been it.
That's it. Cool. Alright, so let me pull that up again real quick. So, we got the Waifu Wars list up. Here it is.
The moment of truth.
So I didn't realize we had 2 hours. I thought we had an hour 45.
Oh, yeah.
So I was...
Wagon is in S+, as usual.
Yes. So,
Victory for mankind.
I will say, this is probably the first time I have the Teen Titans motifs of Raven and Starfire in this one. But every time I announce them from
Nico
DC...
is in F tier.
Yeah, Nico's in F tier.
At F tier with Schrodinger. From Helsing.
As I was saying, I do put Raven and Starfire in as their Teen Titans motif because there are age who come to this things who are like nearly the top end of the age range. So they've seen these two, but every time I announce them from the DC Comics series, which always throws people through a loop. It's fucking hilarious to me to see them get confused. But let me explain. So I will just list our S+ tier. Our S+ tier is fucking packed. I guess
Good,
we can...
some positivity at the table.
Okay, Wade, pick one of the characters you know from that list.
I haven't read is Makima in there?
Makima made it in D tier.
Well, health just froze over.
D for D cup.
She got argued down from A tier, I think.
Holy shit! Where's the bark for Makima guy when you need him?
Oh, speaking of which, fucking
Here, why don't you...
Cougar from Evangelion.
Oh, Misato.
Jail tier.
That makes sense.
That makes
Here,
sense.
just read out the tiers.
It's the S+ tier. We had Speedwagon, Nico Robin, Misa.
Misa? Hold the fucking phone.
She got argued from like I think A tier to S+ tier.
If I had been in that fucking room,
there were actually, you know what? I'm gonna say this. The room actually had two waves from it, right? One wave was the people who put in the initial tiers who actually really cared about the characters and what they did.
Okay.
The second one was about how hot they were, and it was fucking beautiful.
Just to watch these two kind of work off of each other.
The shift when I allowed people to actually argue different waifus to go up tiers, it was fucking hilarious.
So, sorry for interrupting.
Gurren Lagann girl, who is she?
Oh, Yoko?
Yoko got made to S+ tier, Rem to S+ tier, Yorodichi from Bleach to S+ tier.
Okay.
Bulma, Raven, Nami, Nagisa, Tifa, 2B, and Oh my god, I'm gonna get fucking crucified for this one. The small girl from Bleach in S+ tier.
When you said Bleach, I just sat back down.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yoruichi?
No, not Yoruichi is the one up there.
Orihime?
No, not Orihime. Rukia from S+ tier.
I only know like 3 girls from Bleach, and they're the only ones in
the
my
last time I seen Bleach, the years had 2 zeros in the name.
Do you still have an S tier?
I know.
Like just straight S. All right, who's your S tier?
I remember when I was a kid, my mom used to have a Bleach hoodie that had Ichigo on the back that she gave to me after it stopped fitting on me, which I then gave to one of my weeb friends in middle school that actually watched Bleach. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've always saw Bleach once. Of the big 3, that's probably the one I've always seen once. And then S tier was Astolfo, Yor, Panty and Stocking, and then Integra.
That was your entire S tier?
Yes.
Pretty good.
A tier with Aerith, Haruhi, Rias Gremory, the drummer.
Haruhi made A tier?
Yes. Rias Gremory, the drummer from A tier, the long hair blonde. This one.
Oh, Mugi, she's the keyboard player.
The keyboard player, Mugi.
Okay.
And the fucking
with the thick eyebrows.
The tsundere from fucking Fate Zero.
Rin Tosaka.
Rin, Komi, S-Death, and Faye.
That was A tier?
A tier.
Okay.
B tier is
Euphemia, Hideri from Blend S, Felix from ReZero, Rukia from Steins Gate.
And then Bochi.
B for Bochi.
Okay. Wait.
I like how most of our chats made B tier.
Is Urza
B
in there?
for Venus.
We'll get there. Actually, you know what? I don't think Urza actually made this list, which is kind of funny. C tier is Chi-Chi and Kairi. Kairi from Kingdom Hearts 2, because that's the one people recognize the most, because most people are Kingdom Hearts 2 simps.
Okay.
D tier was the girl from Dress Up Girlfriend.
Dress Up Darling.
Dress Up Darling, sorry. That bitch from
Rip Van Winkle
from Hellsing and then Makima. F tier was Schrödinger and Nico. Shit on Fire was Aqua, Lost, Yuno, and then Sakura. Every time we said Sakura, I said bring her home, and the whole crowd
Bring
cheered.
her home! She's got her bags packed, she's got her
Because every time someone picked Sakura, we always told the story about how Shit on Fire 2 exists because of Sakura.
So whenever Sakura gets picked, we say, bring her home.
Let me ask this. The person who proposed Sakura, where did they want her?
I think it was like A or B tier.
And then it got argued down and Shit on Fire.
Bring her home, and the crowd starts cheering.
Yeah, hey, you know what? It's the person who argues Sakura, and this is someone who does not know Naruto that well.
I'm the Naruto fan in the group.
So
all my knowledge of Naruto comes from when I was like 5 or 6, I was obsessed with Rock Lee when I was that age.
I don't really get the hate for Sakura because I'm not a fan. Admittedly, I'm not a fan of the show. From what I understand is that she gets, she's super, whiny and clingy.
Yeah. It's not that Naruto loves her, but she's like, fuck you, Naruto, I love Sasuke. And Sasuke doesn't give a shit about her.
The fact is that she made fun of Naruto for being an orphan to Sasuke, who was also an orphan.
Oh.
And that's why Sasuke doesn't really like her. Jail tier was Haku from Naruto, Melty from Shield Hero, Lucola from Dragon Maid, Asuka, Megami, and then Misato.
Okay. That's one of the stranger lists.
You know
Why
what?
the fuck is Megumin in jail?
You know what? Megami was in jail because she's underage.
Oh.
I think that was the one underage where I kind of let it slide because
Yeah, I mean, I think she canonically is 13.
She canonically is 17. I had to correct you on that one. And the funny part is, that's actually one of the ones where I didn't have to correct people on Tornado's age, which is kind of funny, because every other time we do this, I have to correct people. Tornado is actually 28, she's just small.
She is not 12, she's just a small adult woman.
So, Waifu Wars went well, though.
Yes, Waifu Wars was beautiful.
Australia trying to ban porn of flat-chested women.
Alright, so yeah, Waifu Wars went beautifully. I could not ask for anything else. Everyone who said X person should have been on the list, I would rip a fucking calling one of our business cards from the top and just hand it to them and say, email us.
I'm sorry,
Tell us! We'll put it in, but you gotta tell us first.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I just told the server that we were recording again and that we were talking about AMKE, And Mindcrime says, mentioned that I was completely sober and behaved the entire time.
We didn't do
And
that.
I just responded with LMAO, all caps.
Oops.
Oops.
Sorry, Mindcrime. I think we kind of screwed the pooch on that one.
Oopsie.
Sorry, Catherine.
Yeah, Waifu Wars were good, and then let's move to Anime My Parents Walked In.
Yes,
I mean,
you guys start that.
Right before that, we went to the Dilfology panel, which I just kind of was
that?
drunk, I just kind of zoned out during that, but I did get a badge ribbon for that.
We did get a badge ribbon for that.
I mean,
yes.
I think I just zoned out the moment they said Jigen from Lupin the Third was not a DILF.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
That panel
They
needs.
basically said he wasn't a dope because he didn't have kids.
Ah.
Which, he is a daddy, though.
I know your sexuality lies. Then again, I am dating you.
Anyway, for
and then when I talk about the between
Which,
that,
you were kind of there for that.
I was, but when we
before we get to there, right? So AMKE actually emailed me, and I didn't notice this until after the Dilfology panel. But they emailed me probably right in the middle of the Waifu Wars panel, saying, "Hey, can you come? I need you to come to the panel office every day to guarantee that you will get a free badge from us for next year's AMKE." I'm like, shit, I'm not gonna refuse a free badge. And so we did. So after we went over there, I drug Hannah to the room. I told her she could stay at the seat, but she wanted to come with me.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, I got your email, and I'm just here checking in. And they're like, oh, thank God, you're the first person who actually got the email and checked in.
Yes, because I did not get the email, so I'm going to have to do some conversation to get that.
Yeah, just email con staff like, hey, I did this.
Yeah, and I feel bad about missing the email, but like, it's Gmail isn't always good about getting you updated on.
Yeah.
Just talk about those Google Plus. Thanks, Android. I went over there and I said, hey, I am part of Off the Balcony. My name's Steven. How's it going? And just checking on the panels that we're doing today. And they're like, oh, sweet, you got our email. I'm like, hell yeah, I did. And I was like, okay, so the panels we did today was anime music. And they're like, oh, nice. And I said, we just finished up Waifu Wars. And they said, my man. I was like, fuck yeah.
See, that's the thing. I think the only bad thing really about AMKE is their panel submission. Everything else about AMKE I like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Except for, but like...
I think the only reason they didn't approve like Angst or Grudge is because we were crashing on shows.
I think we probably checked on 90% of that list for AMKE, and then for Angst and Regret, and they probably decided, let's play it safe and not include it much. Oh, it's fine by me, honestly. And then they said also we're doing Anime My Parents Walk In later tonight, and they're like, okay, sweet, thank you, and they give us badges. If we go grab could you go grab my badge from AMKE?
Sure, I think it's on the coffee table.
Yeah, can you grab that? Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh
boy, I'm drunk.
I'm drunk, I'm sleeping.
Okay.
Divorce.
No.
Y'all keep it together while we're in the booth. Anyway.
So they check in, and then we wait, and then we kind of like chill for an hour, and then we go up, because Hannah was feeling, because we know Hannah's a lighter weight than the both of us. Yes.
Oh.
My badge has the joke on it, right?
Jesus, that's a fucking bandolier.
Oh yeah, I think you had the Neji one, I have the Muse one.
So I'm gonna describe this,
all
right?
the same badges on,
right?
Same ribbons on there anyway.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10. I have 10 badges on this fucking thing. 10 ribbons. 10 ribbons. Excuse me. On this fucking thing. So we got the mushroom one from the manager,
registration.
The manager's registration.
I have so mushroom in my heart for anime, and it has mushrooms on there.
And then when we were walking around, we saw someone dressed
as one of the twin wardens from
Persona 5.
Said, "Not bad, inmate."
What about this one?
Then Hitoidake Nante Rabenayo. It's from Hitate.
Oh, okay.
I know Hitate had 3 badge ribbons. It was the U1 with Hitoidake Nante Rabenayo.
Which means I can't pick a favorite.
Oh.
Which is Yu's catchphrase. And there was one that's like, Subarashi Koi no Hito. It's like the beautiful voiced girl, which is what Cuckoo says, which I have no idea what she was giving those out for. But another one was one about good gacha pulls, to which I had a whole bunch of Heaven Burns Red gems saved for that one, which I did a bunch of Heaven Burns Red pulls in front of her, and none of them were good pulls, so I didn't get the badge for that.
Right.
I didn't get the ribbon for that.
And then we got the Dopology 101 badge, which is that orange badge on that one, you can see.
And then there were 2 badges that
we got
you
3
were
times.
not a clown. You were the entire circus. AMKE Panels Team 2025. And
God damn it, I could have used...
head into the garden, sit on top of the toadstools, and listen to the frogs. AMKE 2025 panelist. Those were the 2 panelist badge ribbons.
Which I can laugh at Prophet at because he never got the one with the frog on it. I got one that you didn't.
Yeah, those were the 2 panels given. Those are 2 ribbons given out if you hosted panels and went to the panel.
And if Wade
room.
looks at mine, he'll see that the exact same patterns on both of them because my drunk ass did these 2 the exact same way while drunk, and then I decided to continue this while sober. I'm like, yeah, fuck it, it's already the same. It's already the same, right?
You're already laying the ties down to the railroad track.
Yeah, you might as well go for it, right?
Yeah.
So after Every Wars was airing, my parents walked in. Now
You guys start this. I'm gonna.
Wade saw that one, which
Oh,
it's pretty much
I can
the
hold it.
same as.
Yep.
It's pretty much the same
It
as
is the same,
Icon,
but I will say
except
that
that we changed our. We actually gave the slide a theme instead of just the plain black background that Wade gives.
the plain black and white, which is fine. But I put on mine. I put on our version was
the title slide was "Anime by My Parents Walk In," a shit show by Off the Balcony.
Which I laughed at, which I didn't even realize was invented in my basement. So
Yeah, which we should change the initial PowerPoint to just that. Anime My Parents Walk In, a shit show by Off the Balcony.
But anyway, you
and
guys...
I'll say the other one that we don't have, that Wade doesn't have, is I posted the event tenny list that Anime Milwaukee had us fill out. I recorded the screen. I mean, on my phone. I scrolled while heavy breathing because my allergies were kicking my ass at the time. The list of trigger warnings on there, and I just said, hey, keep you guys a mental bingo of this and see which ones I had to fill out. And I think the only one we really informed the crowd on was when Pompoko came on the board.
Yeah, we had to mark this panel for police brutality and animal cruelty because of the scene from Pompoko where the Tanukis beat the police with their balls, and then the police are beating the Tanuki balls with their batons.
Yeah, it was a trip. It was a good time. Other than that, the rest of the panel went pretty good. We got some good amount of laughs from it.
I don't think there's really anything else you could really say that hasn't been said in our UICon version of that panel.
Yeah. Because what we did to set up that panel was because Wade really couldn't send everything. We transferred everything via USB. Like a USB stick. So you put the videos on that and then gave it to me, and then I upload everything to the computer. The only thing I wish is that we really do need to get that Selling the Milk Cow clip to be a little better. Just because no one can hear it. It was probably recorded like a person who recorded it. I can say from recording audio, you do have to have your computer at 100%. You just don't have to listen to it in your headphones. But I think the person who did it listened to it with their headphones and they want to blow their own ears out, which props to you. But they just uploaded it at a very soft volume. So I guess before the summer slot, I have to take that clip and just like double power the audio through the old version of Sony Vegas because I pirated that shit. But yeah, we'll definitely get that fixed before the summer slot. But we'll get that Salad and Milk Cow clip definitely louder.
Are we still talking about Satellite Girl and the Milk Cow?
So
I mean, I just
anime
started.
When parents walk in.
We're just saying that everything kind of like generally went the same with this panel than at a UICon. But I will say that our MILF friends definitely got a kick out of it.
Good. I'm glad, and I'm glad I was able to show up for a little bit of it. I took the photographs that Hannah posted on her story about it.
On my Instagram post retrospective about AMKE.
Yeah, which was the moment when they were showing Satellite Girl and the Milk Cow. But I don't know. I don't really have a lot to say about that because I was only there for like a few minutes of it. I got to shake hands with a few of the server folks, so that was fun. But why don't you talk about the next panel that you did that weekend?
Yeah. Well, the next day we didn't really have that much to do. because my Love Life panel was the only panel set for Saturday of the con, and that wasn't until like 7:45. So I spent most of the morning and afternoon dressed as Futaba from Persona 5. I wore Futaba dressed in her casual outfit and the Get Smoked hat that I forget the boy's name. It's like the elementary school boy in that. Yeah. A lot of people complimented my hat for that. Yeah. I wore that. Got a bunch of compliments for the hat and went to Erica Lindbeck, who's the voice of Futaba's panel for that. She's really horny for Pyramid Head from Silent Hill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she talks about Pyramid Head a lot. And then I also did my final sweeps of the vendors hall, which I bought May from Love Live, Tiny Nesso, which I bought a Shiki from Love Live Superstar last year at AMKE, so I finally bought a May for her.
Oh, Shiki's sinking into the stack.
Yeah.
Which I bought a Genjutsu no Yohane deck of Y Schwartz cards too. And I bought a button of Karen from Heaven Burns Red, which there was one booth that had a figure of Ruka from Heaven Burns Red, who was the main protagonist.
Uh-huh.
Which I guess the guy who ran the stand saw me staring at the Ruka figure.
Right.
He said, "Oh, so you like Heaven Burns Red?" And he pulled out 2 Velcro Ziploc bags full of things. Said, "I have some Heaven Burns Red things here, but nobody really knows what Heaven Burns Red is, so I don't really have these things out for display, so you can look at them. There's 1 bag full of little rubber straps and 1 bag full of buttons. It's the rubber straps are of all the team leaders, and the buttons are for like the team 31A other characters, which I bought a button of Karen because Karen is my best girl."
Okay.
So yeah, that was my merch haul of the con. Was the Black Rock shooter figure, the main Nesso, some Genjutsu no Yohane cards, and the Karen button, and also because AMKE weekend was my birthday weekend, because my birthday was the Monday after AMKE. There was one booth that had wall scrolls there, and one of the wall scrolls they had on display was a Love Live School Idol Project one, it was the wall scroll of all the Muse girls, and Steven said, "Hey, I'll buy this for you since it's your birthday." And I said, "Sure." But that was the only one they had on display, so the guy had to... There was a while where the guy had to pull out a bunch of hooks and take the wall scroll off of the display hooks.
I didn't want to interrupt him while someone else was doing a transaction, so I kind of waited for him to finish the transaction and said, "Hey, I want to buy that Love Live scroll from the top
which
of the..."
kind of was embarrassing since you were at the booth with Jan too at that exact same time.
What?
Yeah.
Jan was there giving me the dirty eye while you were there, like, probably buying something. It's even Heather came up to me and said, "Hey, Jan's over there." Like, "Yeah, I know, I'm just buying a wall scroll."
I don't remember. I must have been lost.
You were definitely
I must have been. I must have been like an Arab trader at a fucking bazaar, because I did not remember that at all.
It's okay though. We bought the wall scroll and then went on our way to our panel.
I have no.
Yeah, I spoiled Hannah that weekend because it was her birthday weekend. I got her that scroll and I also bought her dinner.
Yeah, so
cool.
Then we bought our dinner, and then I went to the Kanai Ito autograph session that I bought a ticket for.
And your boy took a nap outside.
Yeah, Steven took a nap while it's a Kanai Ito voice. She voices one of Chika's sisters from Love Live Sunshine. So a few cons, I think it was Anime Midwest a few years ago, I bought the Love Live Sunshine complete collection.
You know, if I was born in another time, I think I would have been born as like a Silk Road trader, like on the Silk Road in like the 1400s. It's like, "Yeah, I give you the two chickens for?
You know, the funny thing is, I've actually seen something that Kanaito was in. It was a Hanaganai. Haganai.
Oh, Haganai, yeah.
Yes, I've been meaning to show you guys that for the longest time.
I've heard good things about it.
I did not realize she was Senna from that series.
Yeah, the blonde-haired girl.
The blonde-haired girl with the butterfly in her hair. And I was like, shit, if I actually had something from Hanagai, I definitely would have had her sign it. But
I mean, the tickets
if you guys
were free for that.
Tickets are free. I didn't know. I didn't buy into it. But if you guys have actually seen her blog on it, you'll see Prophet on there.
Which Prophet was ahead of the... person ahead of the line above me, which he bought one of her solo CDs, which it goes the OP for the Squid Girl anime.
And she was beyond the moon about it.
Yeah, she was so excited for that.
Wait. So much so that she put it on her blog about AMKE.
Oh, I know where you would have been. So the wall scroll was here, and the DVD rack...
DVDs are over here, where the wall scroll's over here, yeah.
Yes, yeah, I remember. I was rolling deep. Yeah. I was trying to get some good I think I might have been haggling the guy for... No, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about where
it's all right. It's all right. You just had your friend just giving us a stink eye. It's all completely fine.
Yeah, when I went to the Kanaito autograph session, I was right behind Prophet when Prophet gave her the CD that she sung the OP in. And she signed the autograph for that. Yeah, she was so happy.
According to Prophet that night, she was over the moon.
It's like she said that she didn't think anybody would remember her singing that. And then she got... Oh, Ruby. Then she got to my DVD. She said, "Oh, Love Live." And then signed it.
I think many people in their line was for Love Live because I think Hannah told me that the translator said, "Please stop giving her Love Live things to sign, please, thank you."
I know. I think all they did, they came to us and looked at our little sign up tickets and wrote our names on them, so that she'd know how to write our names.
Who did she voice in Love Live?
One of Chica's sisters.
Oh, okay.
But the blonde-haired sister.
Yeah. Yeah, but I do appreciate that Prophet gave her the one CD that she was over the moon about enough to put in her AMKE blog. I do think that's probably one that's a very good thing to have. But yeah.
Good for you, Prophet.
Okay, so let's try to speed run through the rest of this, right?
Yeah, go for
it. We're 3.5 hours into this.
All right, let's try to hit for 3:45, folks, because I do have a quick story I want to tell about the Springfield con, but let's get through the rest of your AMKE
stuff. Let's just talk about your AMKE experiences,
too. Yeah, because after this one was just our day panels, which was just Lost Media, where we had the radio guy share us the things again.
We had my Love Life panel, which I changed into Sheep Kotori for that, there was a Cybertruck parked in front of our hotel that I flipped off right before getting on the shuttle bus.
I saw that.
And where Minecraft decided that she wanted to take a nap on our fucking bed.
Yeah, we were showing her the Pokemon Explained by Dracula flow, which I have a picture of her just fucking passed out in our hotel room.
I want to see her at ASEN in Magic, but let's see what happens.
Real quick, I'll run through my AMKE experience. It was fantastic. 0 complaints. Our Chris Chan panel...
what about that epic musical during Sonic?
I will get to that. The Chris Chan panel, absolutely unbelievable. We packed the room. We had standing room only. I do like that AMKE does set aside some seating for ADA folks, Americans with Disabilities Act. Yeah. That's good. But I was like, hey, VIP seats... VIP people don't come to panels like this. Come on, let's fill these seats up, baby. And
I think I started saying that after you told me about that story at AMKE.
Oh yeah. And so we had a great panel there. We did the military panel. We did a High School of the Dead panel. This is where Epic the Musical comes in. So at UICon, Heather went to a Epic the Musical sing along that was I believe it was on Sunday that weekend. And she said she had a great time. There was a much longer... Apparently the people who hosted that panel at UICon were up at AMKE that weekend doing a full... It was like a 3-hour fucking sing-along for Epic. And guess what? The Epic sing-along, if you can imagine the AMKE panel rooms, there was a top floor and a bottom floor. The Epic sing-along took up like 3 rooms on the top floor. And our poor little High School of the Dead panel was on the bottom floor, directly beneath
So it was like the stomp songs?
Yeah, there were stomp songs. We could hear them sing. We were like, fuck, it was like we were getting bombed on. But we had a good
Experience the Blitz.
Yeah, we had a good High School of the Dead panel. And then Sunday morning when I was like fucking hungover, I had to take Heather over to the convention center so she could do her tokusatsu, Kamen Rider, Ultraman panel. But she had a great time doing that. So yeah, the staff, the thing about, I know a lot of people have given AMKE, including myself, AMKE flack for the security lines and, the trigger warnings and stuff. But when the rubber hits the road, AMKE is actually a really well-run convention. And I want to say that into the mic, that they're a good group of people. They really are. It's just, and I think the trigger warnings almost comes out of this almost altruistic, like trying to protect people. But it's like, AMKE, I want you to know this. People are not doing panels about miscarriages and eating disorder. If it comes up, it is only incidental to the shows that they're talking about. I know that you are trying to be protective, and I really respect it. I really do. I'm not even blowing smoke.
People know what they're getting into.
Yeah, you need to trust the audiences of these panels, that they have discernment. You're not going to get sued. You're not going to get this, that, or the other thing. The only people where I say, where I can excuse like super over caution is kind of actually the event center, because we know that there are crazies out there who want to ruin events for everyone. So you got, like, look, a bottle of alcohol is not going to hurt anyone at a convention center, but like what you guys are screening for, I get it. Let's just say that I understand everyone's perspective. So yeah, that was my AMKE experience. It's absolutely perfect. I guess I'm just going to keep playing Chris Chan till I die.
I do want to mention that we do know of that Lee situation that happened at AMKE during one of the party nights.
Yeah, I know. He used to go to our Chris Chan panels.
I'm not going to mention that. We do know about that. Since we were both kind of fucked and in our own rooms, we never saw that and never really considered it.
So don't ask us about it. We are not a drama channel.
He's not like us.
Yeah,
there we go.
They not like us.
They not like us.
Well, we're just gonna move on, because I don't want us to be a drama channel. Honestly, I have no interest in it. I have no. Oh Jesus fuck! I'm quoting Breadcrime there.
Yeah. So Sunday of AMKE, it was the Love Live meetup, and I did not take notice of the time change really that much, because at Saturday night, like 2 a.m., I drank the rocket fuel and got so drunk I
Hannah decided that she wanted to drink enough rocket fuels for, quote, because we don't want to throw out that much later. I'm like, Hannah, it's just alcohol. We can throw it out later.
We can always get more.
We can always get more.
I drank a lot. I threw up and then immediately got thrown into bed. And then woke up at 10:30. And the Love Live panel was at 11. And our checkout time was at 11. So woke up at 10:30, shook Steven awake and said, "We gotta go!"
Yeah.
We got there on time. Maybe a little late, but we got there.
Move it, soldier! We are leaving!
Yeah, all of the server members were still there. I got some pictures with a few of the Love Live cosplayers that were still there. Got to hang out with the server members a bit, and Steven took a few good pictures of me in my Emma cosplay.
And you can see him on her Instagram at Mothman's Milkman.
Yeah, with the Emma Nezo, which I don't even know how you dug that out.
I got her at Suragaya.
No, I know, but how do you dug her out of the stack?
Yeah.
She was already out of the stack at that point.
Yeah, she was already at the top of the stack when I got her out of there.
Just that little fucking demon that got out.
Oh, we got to talk about her when we get to the... So are you guys done with the...
After AMKE, we got 2 copies of the Nozo-chan photo book. Non-chan photo book.
Kinako from Love Live Superstar.
And you gave me one, and it's such a great book. And I told Heather, honey, please put this on the coffee table so guests can see it.
I did specifically request that because I knew she was Hiroshi.
I love Non-chan. She's so good as Kinako.
I knew you want a photo book of her if you had the chance, so I kind of decided, hey, Battle, could you give me one of those?
Well, I appreciate it, and it sounds like Battle bought a
bought 20 and
Yeah,
actually got a win.
If I bought 20 of them just to get a code to get an autograph session with her, and eventually he did get one, which then all the other copies he had, like, he was basically giving them out for free.
So we took one for ourselves and gave one to you.
Yeah, well, appreciate it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Decided to do that because buddy.
Yeah, which then after the Love Live meetup, I went to the Eat a Bag meetup. People were just putting their Eat a Bags up on stage to talk about them, which I brought my Nico Eat a Bag up there to talk about it, and the people there asked, so why do you have buttons on the outside of that? I'd be scared of them falling off. It's like, haha, yeah.
Oh, because did one fall off?
Oh
No.
yeah, I think it was like the Kiss Nico that fell off at AMKE, which somebody said, hey, I think this fell off of your bag. I said, oh, thanks, and then put it back on, and then it hasn't fell off since.
Nice.
I do generally think because it's
Careful
so thick. I won't. I think it's just because it's so thick. This is gonna be a 4-hour podcast. Fuck it.
Well, I mean, we're basically done with AMKE, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So
which
let's.
then after that panel, we did our Lost Media panel,
Which I do wanna
went
say-
about the same as usual.
Yeah, it went the same as usual. But I do want to say we filled up the room up until closing ceremony started.
Yeah, I bet there's one guy that said, hey, I saw you doing your Lost Media panel at this time, so I scheduled a train home later.
There you go. That's some riz for your ass right there.
He was going to go home at the 4 o'clock train, then he rescheduled to the 6 o'clock train because my Lost Media panel was at that time.
That mofo walked through the dark in Chicago probably just to see y'all.
And Union Station's pretty lit up anyway.
Yeah, it is. And plus he could catch
speaking of which,
I know my Lost Media panel filled the room last year, so I wonder if they scheduled it as like the last panel of the day.
just to get people to go to closing ceremonies because it's right after.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past them, but fucking brilliant scheduling. I'm not gonna lie.
That's honestly some inspired marketing.
Which actually,
We made it home at like 9 o'clock that night.
well,
I am actually kind of pissed off because we were planning to go to the. We follow a channel called Twin Tour with their mini golf / golf channel.
Yeah, we were gonna go to Big Putts that day, which we found out originally they said our Lost Media panel was gonna be on Saturday.
And we were like,
Then
okay.
they rescheduled it to Sunday, which
When they
we
said
can't go to Big Putts anymore.
yeah, but when they said it was on Saturday, we're like, oh shit, you know what we can do Sunday? We can take our time leaving, go to the Brenda's home one more time, then go to Big Putts, have a nice excursion there, do some mini golf there, and then go home, right?
and then all that shit went out the window.
Yeah, then all the shit went out the window when he said, oh yeah, by the way, your panels will do to 4 on Sunday. Fuck!
Maybe summer vacation we can go to Big Putts.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
Is that the one where it's like it's all down to Steven now? Is that?
Yeah.
Oh wow! Oh, that I love that.
Yeah,
Steven,
they're-
Danny, Eddie, and Bella.
Whenever you put one of those videos on, I'm like fucking hyper fixated because I'm like, he had better make this fucking chip or I'm gonna throw my can through the.
they mainly do mini golf.
Which apparently, March 16th, which was like the week before this, they had an actual tournament where you could play against them at the Big Putts place, which we couldn't go to because we had work that day.
Yeah, maybe next time we'll see them. But shout out to Twin Tour because we fucking follow your channel. I love your major.
Yeah, we watch every video you put out.
Yes, it is one of my autistic fixations. But anyway, let's move on from AMKE.
Bella for the win.
But
I love Bella so much.
I'm a big fan of Carter. But let's move on from AMKE to
Midwest Toy and Comic Fest.
So
I'll switch my camera roll over to the.
One thing of AMKE. I need to show Wade our fucking our group chat because I made a group chat for AMKE so we can actually stay connected for that one.
Cool.
With all the people from the server we invited.
So for Midwest Toy and Comic Fest, it's a relatively small show, though bigger than what I expected. Down in Springfield, Illinois, our great state's capital.
This is where you find out what the thing we said at the beginning. So, I know you're Sailor Moon.
Yes, to loop it all the way back around to that like a fucking moonshot.
Fucking 3.5 hours ago.
Yeah. so the reason that got brought up is because Hannah went as Papimi from
Pop Team Epic.
From Pop Team Epic.
I had the Papaco Nesso with me.
Yeah, she was like carrying it like you do in Nezzo. And there were like 6 people there who thought
at least 10 people said, Sailor Moon! Hey, you're Sailor Moon! I love your Sailor Moon costume!
And what I said to her was, because we were at this booth that Steven actually bought something from. This jolly guy.
Who was
this
selling
like older
denim cut-off shirts of different animes.
Yeah, he's this nicest guy imaginable. Like just this jolly, like, you know, kind of older nerd biker looking guy dude. Came up to the edge of his table, pointed at Hannah and said, "Excuse me, ma'am, I can tell that you're a Sailor Scout." And Hannah didn't say anything. She just smiled.
Like, haha, yeah.
Maybe because like the 3rd or 4th time she got confused for a Sailor Scout.
And tried
I don't know how I'd even explain Pop Team Epic.
Yeah, it's like you're kind of in a bind because it's not like you can explain the show.
Pop Team Epic is literally just absurdist comedy.
Yeah, but the guy was super nice and tried to sell Hannah some Sailor Moon stuff. Steven ended up buying like a really sweet cutoff of Goku.
Sure.
And I was like, hey, you're completing your car guy look. With this, like, because it's this bright orange. It looks like something you'd see in a fucking mechanic shop. But it has, like, the
Goku.
Yeah, the Goku symbols on it.
With King Kai stuff on the back of it.
I mean, there were a couple there that
Steven, like, one of the pictures I sent of Steven dressed in that shirt, sent it to the server, and Steven said, I make decisions with my money. And somebody in the server responded with, Goku in his 50s is certainly a decision.
Yeah.
Which is really funny because Goku in Dragon Ball Super is about 50 years old.
Is he really?
Yes.
I wouldn't have guessed that. Here, you guys talk about your experiences more. I'm going to run to the bathroom and then...
Have fun.
Because I'm going to...
Don't drown.
I'm honestly going to get emotional when I talk about the grand finale of...
Yeah, get a thing of water if you need to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mostly went to Midwest Toy and Comic Fest just because... Mostly only go there when they're in our town, which the hotel they usually do it at in Bloomington is the hotel that's close to Steven's parents' house. So
yeah,
we know it. So we only went to the Bloomington locations and then found out they were doing a show in Springfield, which Springfield is only like an hour away from us. So I said
it's about equidistant from us from Davenport is.
Yeah. So I said, hey, do you guys want to go to Springfield for this show? It's like they have the boys from all 3 Eds from Ed, and Eddie are going to be there. Which Ed, and Eddie is my childhood show. Me and my brother would watch it all the time when we were kids. I even tuned into the finale movie when I was a kid. And Steven and Wade said, okay, we'll go.
Steven drove, by the way.
Yeah. So we went there.
They're a nice little Volkswagen, the other Nazi branded car other than Tesla at this point.
It was only $5 admission. We went and
Wade paid for us, which was very nice and very appreciative.
yeah, thank you, Wade.
No problem.
So,
no problem.
Yeah, my vendor's hall splurge was 2 wall scrolls, little mini wall scrolls that were Joker and Makoto from Persona 5.
Give me best girl. Fight me.
3D printed McDonald's brass knuckles that I'm gonna definitely use for my Mickey cosplay.
Oh yeah, this was your top tier purchase.
It was only $10 for that.
And the dude was super like he described this commercial from like the 70s where
McDonald's and the Ronald McDonald and the Burger King were fighting over Wendy.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck was going on in 1975?
Yeah. And then there's Angry Lady Studios. I remember because I bought a Ryuji doll from her back when she ventured at Anime Zap one year. So I saw her booth and immediately went to her little magazine thing and looked for the Persona plushie she had. And I bought the Yusuke one from her.
She also had one from, was it Misa in Perfect Blue?
Yeah. She had a lot of kind of deep cut anime characters, but while Hannah was getting her Yusuke plushie, I was a couple of booths back just cleaning house on a DVD rack that I saw.
VHS house.
Yeah. But they had a bunch of VHS tapes from like Bond films, and I told Steven, I was like, I bought one of Roger Moore, I bought one of Sean Connery.
Didn't you buy the one from? Did you buy the Gone with the Wind one, or did you not?
No, I didn't buy, because I already own Gone with the Wind.
Ah.
I bought one from Timothy Dalton,
Yeah.
and I bought one from the Pierce Brosnan era. And the only DVD that I actually bought was The King's Speech.
Oh yeah, I found the account of the other 2 plushies I bought.
And I bought some wrestling DVDs.
But there was one other booth I bought things from where they did handmade plushies. There was somebody called Day Likes Cookies on Instagram where I bought one plushie of Plank from Ed, Edd n Eddy and the autism creature, the standard size, the yippee creature.
Right.
Yeah, that was all I bought from the Midwest Toy and Comic
Oh,
Fest. Which
Yeah, your boy bought the Goku King Kai outfit from Dragon
the
Ball
bird
Z.
that thought I was Sailor Moon.
For a guy who paid for his whole crew to go to this Midwest Toy and Comic Fest, I still had enough. I was still like, fuck that. I'm still gonna clean house while I'm here. And
You bought so many wrestling DVDs.
I bought the 50 wildest moments of the WWF, and I bought like
SmackDown.
Yeah, it's best of SmackDown 1999 to 2009. Speaking of 1999 to 2009,
Ed, Edd n Eddy.
Yeah, do. So
yeah, the voices of Ed, who's Matt Hill, Double D, who's Sam Vincent, and Eddie, Tony Sampson, were there. Like one of their first conventions where all 3 of them are together.
Yeah.
So Midwest Toy and Comic Fest Springfield.
Because I guess the implication is that they're kind of on like some kind of Ed, Edd n Eddy reunion tour.
Yeah, I think Matt Hill and Sam Vincent, who's Ed and Ed, were like they were still in the same town, kind of together. But Tony Sampson, after the show ended, he voiced Eddie. Which after that, he thought, like, that is my gold star. That is my lifetime achievement award. I'm just gonna retire here. So he stopped and then worked on bulldozers on an oil rig.
Well, yeah, bulldozers in like the fields where they like drill for oil continentally. But I mean, keep in mind that's a rough job.
Yeah.
And it's like, but when you hear what it was like recording with, because they were recording with a man named
Danny Antonucci.
Yeah, Danny Antonucci, who apparently
he was a major perfectionist.
Yeah, he was a perfectionist, and he had so when they did the panel was like the last event of the day, basically at this.
The last hour of the day.
Yeah, the last hour of this.
Yeah, I think this panel was from like 10 to 4, and that panel was from 3 to like 3:30 to 4 o'clock.
Yeah. So that's why we were really there, because we knew we were going to burn through the convention.
Yeah, Ed and Eddy that was my childhood show.
Same here.
Me and my brother would watch that all the time as we were kids. We tuned into the finale movie the day it aired.
Was that with Eddie's brother?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we show
I think
up.
one of the first video games I ever played was the little platformer game they had on the Game Boy Advance.
So a bit of good luck for us. We were in the second row, but the first row of seats in front of us, directly in front of us, were vacant. So the 3 guys, Hill, Vincent, and Sampson, could see us directly. And it's not like a big panel space.
I even bought that little Plank plushie from the...
Yeah. And one of them...
I was waving it in front of them, and like they said, "Hey, I love your plushie."
Yeah. And so I asked... They're describing their experiences with Danny Antonucci, and the question that I asked a couple of questions. So the first was like, because when you think of Ed, Edd n Eddy, you almost think of a show...
That show feels like it's improv.
Yeah, it feels like they would do improv with like long takes and everything. And I asked them, so describe like were you doing a lot of improv, or was Danny like super... And they were like, no. Danny was super meticulous about how every character needed to sound.
I think
probably the most pass you could get was if he gave like a if that's the best you can get.
Yeah.
I think the only two who really had improv was
Ed
and then Ralph. I think
Right.
had the most improv.
He did mention, one of them did mention that the guy who played Ed, Matt Hill, had like had more leeway. I don't want to say a lot, but he had more leeway than the other two because Matt Hill would just...
The guy that played Eddie, Tony Sampson, said that he had to take like 300 takes of the fun times.
Yeah, or good times.
Yeah.
And would do it did 300 takes.
And they decided to stick with the third take.
But here's the thing. Here, it gave me some perspective because a question that I was going to ask them is, did they resent, Danny Antonucci for all the shit they put him through? But they answered my question because they said the show was just immaculate.
Yeah.
It was perfect. And it
They
was...
were...
go ahead.
Ed was very... the guy who voiced Ed, was it...
Matt Hill.
Matt Hill. Very emotional by the end of the panel.
And Tony Sampson.
Yeah, I think Tony Sampson was more like when they were talking about what the other guys were doing, that Tony Sampson was so emotional about Matt Hill was one of the best guys ever.
He would ask for something, he didn't expect anything in return. He was the type of guy who was please donate to this.
He'd run 10Ks for children's charities.
Yeah. And I got it.
I think you're gonna 10K for climate change too.
Yeah.
Across
change.
Canada, I believe.
Yeah,
across North America.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. But here's the thing. Tony Sampson is obviously a very, caring guy. He clearly loves these two other guys.
Yeah, I think somebody asked him, what did you guys do after this? And he said... Tony Sampson said, after this show, I quit acting and worked on bulldozers.
Well, that was actually the answer to my question was this the hardest acting job that you ever did? And Tony looked right in my eyes, which was super cool to see a childhood favorite character looking at me. Is so cool. But he was after this, I quit acting to work on bulldozers at oil fields. I'm Jesus Christ, Danny put you guys through the ringer.
I think I have to clarify that this was his lifetime achievement award that no other role he got could top this.
No, I get it. I get why he walked away at that point. But it was just cool to hear each of them give because after a gig like that, I could imagine them being resentful towards Danny. No, they still have fond feelings towards Danny.
They knew that what he did was for the good of the show.
Yeah. But here's the thing. The show is so goddamn good that, it takes that level of work to get it to be that good. So it was really cool to get to talk to these guys. I mean, it was in, a controlled kind of panel situation, and they could still hit the voices. Even Tony can still hit...
That Eddie voice.
The Eddie voice. And the thing is, Tony actually doesn't sound all that different from Eddie anyway. I mean, he's a good actor, don't get me wrong.
That one post where it's the guys in the 2000s something interview where they all look like nu metal guys?
Yeah.
They look different from those pictures, but still kind of look the same.
Yeah,
I would say the guy who does Double D looks like every aged Latin American guy.
He looks like
who's been famous.
He
with
kind of has long black hair, glasses, mustache, but the ball cap hat.
You could place him every Latino sitcom. You could place him in every Latino sitcom, right?
Matt.
But you can't explicitly name a character. That's what he is to me. That's what he reminds me of.
And Tony Sampson looks like a dude who's been working at oil fields for the past 10 years.
Bald guy, goatee and beard.
Yeah. And Matt Hill, here's something I learned from...
Gray beard, ball cap.
Yeah, here's something I learned about Matt Hill, or something I learned more about the character of Ed, is that Ed has a bit of a European lilt to his voice that I never noticed until Matt Hill was actually
and they're talking about what line they'd get to get back into their voice. It's here's how he's auditioning for it. It's hey, how can I get water out of this thing? And then Danny Antonucci was like, yeah, that's the voice of Ed.
Yeah.
So just whenever he'd fall out of the Ed voice, he'd just go into that line. How can I get water from this thing?
Yeah. And they say shit like buttered toast or slap my feet or that's my horse. That kind of shit. But yeah, that was an absolute highlight. And I'm glad that we had enough time to actually reach that point because I did not want to skimp on the fact that we met the guys from Ed, Edd and Eddy because that was a childhood favorite show of mine. And to meet these guys and to talk to them, no less, was just surreal moment.
I do like the question. Someone said, "How much of your soul did you put into this one?" And then
Tony Sampson
was like, "Everything."
My soul,
which gives you a perspective on how much.
By the way, my everything line crossed the 4-hour mark in our recording.
Okay. Should we call it here? I think we said everything we need to say about.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm just sad Tony Sampson. I'm sad that Tony Sampson quit acting because he's so charismatic.
He's
on stage.
so good. He's such a funny, talented guy.
I don't think it would have been called unless it was for the 25th anniversary thing, because he can't really say no to Matt Hill, can he?
No.
Oh yeah, he did say Matt Hill, who voiced Ed, just Ed with one D. It's like the nicest guys in the world. So if he called him for anything, he wouldn't say no. Like, how can I say no to this guy?
They were actually crying at the very end of this panel.
Yeah.
Just because Matt Hill ran a 10K to inform kids about climate change.
And Tony was just so moved by it that he couldn't
contain himself.
Yeah, couldn't contain himself. And we all had to give him like a standing O. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, we got to meet Ed, Edd and Eddy, and it was.
Oh! Speaking of before we get on, they did say, "I like your hat."
They did. Ed complimented my hat, and the
which means they've all seen Studio Ghibli.
I wonder what Eddie's favorite Studio Ghibli film. Probably Spirited Away because the No Face can generate coins from his body.
Or Pompoko.
Probably Pompoko too. But yeah, I think we are at.
I wonder what debauchery happened at the Ed's post movie tequila cabin.
Yeah, they all got drunk on tequila, and every time they said they got drunk on tequila, I looked at Wade very hard because the last time Wade got really fucked up on how we got the name of our area was because of a jerk Patron.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway,
apparently Ed, Edd and Eddy have their own off the balcony.
Correct. So,
if you ever want to do a collab, boys.
This is 4 hours and 2 minutes of off the balcony.
You got your fill.
Got your fill from us, from me uploading very late. Thank you guys for listening this far in. If you haven't, well, shit. Anything from us can be seen in the description. If you guys want to have me open a Patreon, just email me about it. If I get more than 50 emails about a Patreon, then I'll open one up. Other than that, Wade, you got anything?
Folks, come to this podcast, eat, and leave no crumbs.
Yeah, I think we've said our piece about this. Probably come see us at Decatur April 14th.
Decatur and or AMKE. I'm pretty sure more
ASEN.
Shit.
And then catch us during our
at May something.
May 17th, and then come catch us during our SummerCon swing.
Yes.
Yeah. Which we'll probably have an episode out before that.
Yeah, so we'll update you. So anyway, bye, folks.
Bye.
Alright, everyone, stay frosty, and remember, ASEN, May 17th. Have a good night.
Decatur, April 14th.
Shit.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.